Well, salutations, everybody. What's a crack-a-lackin'? The Craic is back at it for a wee bit of time. Let's see if my work behind the scenes have caused things to be slightly more stable, and we can end up enjoying the fun of continuing on with the Football Manager 26 Manchester United save that we went into using as a learning tool. We ended up getting into at the end of this season. Depending on things end up going, we'll probably end up doing the actual save itself if the game is running good enough to do the from unemployed up to riches. But that is a future anomaly to end up coming into place. For now, we end up getting ourselves ready for the Craic. For now, we stand ready for the fun. For now, we are back with Manchester United versus Fulham, one-on-one in this contest right here. So this should be a good bit of crack for us now. We'll see how it all ends up going. How are things with yourselves, my friends? I hope the life is going well. I hope it's a crack-a-lackin'. It's been an interesting day so far in terms of the way that everything is rolling. In the championship, we've seen an interesting fall of the only natural competitors for Coventry City, as we have seen Stoke fall, unfortunately, in their conquests today versus Hull. We ended up seeing Middlesbrough continue to fail down as well. Unfortunately, currently 1-0 down to Derby City. The loss of Robin Edwards really affecting them, basically giving Frank Lampard the perfect runaway, as they are 2-1 up versus Charlton Athletic in a game they seem to have good control over even after going 1-0 down. And in the actual Premier League itself, with the interesting situation of Sunderland getting defeat back from, or getting a draw at the moment, back from the jaws of defeat, as they are 2-2 up versus Bournemouth. A Granit Xhaka assist to Chiure in order to get them back to 2-2. City getting a bit of a challenge off of Leeds after a Dominic Calvert-Lewin goal to make it back to 2-1. And of course, Burnley and Brentford, both persona non grata, both down on the lower end of things as things currently stand. Unfortunately, still left with a result of 0-0. But we shall see how things continue to go for myself now as well. We had a couple of people injured. Not injured, but, you know, in an unfit state. So we're not going to play Ilya in this particular game, and we're going to take Cunha off as well. We're going to give two particular youths a chance on the bench there. Whether or not we'll play them will be another kettle of fish, but they're both there. Sexton as a potential option for the defence, and of course Al Waderi as a potential option to replace in the midfield should Bruno end up getting tired. For now, though, we're going to go with a team of Benjamin Šeško, Victor Ruch, Ahmad, Bruno Fernandes, Marcus Rashford, Angelo Stellar, Kobe Menu, Matthias de Ligt, Willy Kwambala, and Lenny Yoro. I believe that should be the best team for us to potentially get a victory out of this game, with Lemens obviously in goals. Lemens is something we do need to improve upon at some point in time, but in general, we've been performing okay. Couple of unfortunate results, couple of good results as we continue to go on. So we'll see how things end up going now and continue on with the joys, hopefully allowing everything to work on good. Okay. So into the fray we go of this first match versus Fulham. We should end up giving a good display of ourselves in this particular game. Now, we're again playing the Christmas tree formation, a nice formation for ourselves. One that we have tried to carry over from FM24, where it ended up getting us so much praise there. One of the things I probably end up doing in the start from nothing save us potentially come up with a brand new tactic again, as we've experimented a good bit with this one, and just leave this in the background. but we shall see. With all that being said, I hope everyone is enjoying their weekends and their gaming and the crack that is going on with all of them. Tonight, also for myself, is a pretty interesting night as we have Survivor Series on as well, which looks like it's going to be a pretty good event. We have a nice male and female Survivor Series teams set up. We have Dominic Mysterio having his John Cena's proper last pay-per-view match, where Dominic should probably end up winning back the Intercontinental Championship unless Sheamus ends up winning the tournament, the last rights tournament, but I don't think that's going to end up happening. And I suppose I should end up asking Ashday, what's a crack-a-lacking with you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going delicious? It's a pleasure to have you in. How is life treating you? Are you excited for tomorrow? How do you think we'll do versus Crystal Palace? I'm optimistic about it, but we'll see how things end up going now as things end up going ahead. And of course, our one and only senior Duck himself, Duck God of Quack, has come in as well. 65 check-ins straight. Amazing that you've had the gumption and the will and the turnabout of character to continue to show up. How is the crack with you, my friend? I've learned with this game to just wait and hope that it ends up sorting itself out. In general, it's been an okay weekend for me. I ended up going and I got a nice haircut. I'm actually growing the hair long, which is one of the reasons why it doesn't look like it's as much of a haircut, but I got the beard nicely done, got a bit of nice oil to end up putting in, got the nice sides trimmed down and the whole lot, so I am looking fabulous. I'm looking like a star and a half, don't you know, baby girl? But I'm enjoying life, my friend. Is it all going well with you, Ashday, I hope? Doing great. Just got over the fever. Just a little cough and that's it. Yes. And the annoying thing with that cough is that it's going to be there for the longest period of time too. It's the most annoying bit of a cold to get rid of, the cough. I tend to end up going with hot whiskies, but then again, as we've mentioned before, am a high functioning alcoholic, so so it does benefit me in a way. Now, let's wish us some luck going into this game versus what I believe is still Marco Silva's Fulham. Of Morta there in the front there, fantastic player in all FM games that he's ever been in. They got him for a steal and a half, so he's worth 100 million at the moment. Us, unfortunately, fifth there, a good 9 points behind the leaders, but not out of contention yet, as weird as that ends up going, only being 8 games into the season so far. Congratulations, Ashday. It's a pleasure to hear you got a new job. Let us know what was it? You might have given me some information on that previously, but it has unfortunately escaped my memorization skills as to what it actually was. So please let me know what the job was, because genuinely it's awesome to end up hearing that you ended up getting it. They're coming in now with a good bit of force here and gumption, but we're able to control ourselves somewhat good. That's grand. Stellar now to Delict. Let's do nice passing play. We don't need to be too fancy in the stuff that we're doing here. Just plain average, thank you so much for the follow. It's a pleasure to have you, my friend. And your follow has led to a beautiful Benjamin Sheshko goal. So even more so than anything, I appreciate the love and ability that you've ended up putting in for us. we're a lurking channel here, so don't feel free that you have to talk. But thank you so much for the follow. It's a gent, and it's brilliant to end up having you, my friend. Three shots, three on target. We're doing much better than we normally end up doing in some of these circumstances. Yeah, anyways, we're continuing to play well. 1-0 is a dangerous result in all of these games. You always need to make sure that you're attacking more down to it. 2 goals is always the goal score you want to end up having, but it is also the most dangerous score in all of football because complacency ends up coming into you. Thankfully, the team seems to be getting better together, even though we have made a change to the back line now. Euro doing an unusual positioning now of being on the left-hand side as opposed to the right that he's used to. Marcus Rashford continuing to come back in, playing okay. He's been doing better than Dogu, unfortunately. Thank you so much, Andrew. I tried to get something nice anyway, looking a wee bit more style and a wee bit more profile, and making sure to make everyone swoon and moon with the crack of the 90, But thank you so much. A Maitland's best, and of course it'll be Sandy Burge. Sandy Burge, an incredibly underrated player for Fulham. And just horrible defending by us too. Stellar should do significantly better on Kevin. De Ligt nowhere covering Burge at all. An unfortunate circumstance to end up having. Playing, it's going good. It's great to have you in as well. This is our second season with Manchester United. We've had a couple of issues with Football Manager 26 over the last wee while, so it's nice to end up having it a wee bit more solid and hoping that it ends up going well. We're doing a Christmas tree formation and hoping that the crack goes well with it. Enjoying the crack and then just having conversations here, enjoying the fun and continuing on with ways are hopefully making the editations to ensure that we end up playing well, giving them form that they don't end up having in real life, and having a situation where a goalkeeper howls an horrific attempt such as that, where Benjamin Šeško is on his second goal of the day thanks to a shambolic mistake by the Fulham goalkeeper. But in general, the crack is 90 and it is all good. What about yourself? How is life treating you, my friend? And it is an absolute pleasure to have you in. We're variety stream here typically. We play multiple different things. Football Manager being one of the main elements we end up going with. But I do Shin Megami Tensei. I do Clear Obscure Expedition 33. At some point I'll go back and finish Blasphemous. Happy to end up doing, and happy for suggestions as well as everything else. I just started streaming this week, so it's been a hard slog, but I'm really enjoying it. But congratulations to you. Please give us a... Give us an update on what you end up streaming, what you end up doing. Follow the Discord there, and whenever you're going live, give a stream advertisement should you want to. Converse and build up that way. If it is Football Manager you tend to do, it's a fantastic community. Every single person in the community is wondrous to end up giving a bit of fun and attractability to it. But I'm glad to hear you started streaming. I'll give you a follow and I'll give you a watch in the near future. But let us know, how have you been finding the streaming so far since you've done it? What type of stuff do you intend on doing? 26. Sven Botman with unbelievable strike. Not too bad. Worst goalkeeping ever. There's been quite a lot of them. And great Newcastle fight back. Happy out. So yes, Football Manager 26. Nice to see it. A new Castle treble challenge. Interesting. And what type of tactic are you going for, my friend? For myself at the moment, I'm going with this. The Christmas tree formation. 3 at the back, 2 in the midfield, 2 wingers, 1 in the middle, and 2 up front. Converting in an out-of-play formation of 2 wings, 2 major wing backs, 2 defensive formations like that. Now, the way this formation would end up being better, if I wasn't such a stubborn ass, is to move the likes of Rashford and Ahmad back to here. And that ends up making this significantly more solid in terms of its defensive excellence. So if I wasn't being an absolute ass in wanting the wingers to remain in midfield, I probably would be defensively more solid. And maybe in the future I might end up swaying away from me wanting to do the bits that I'm doing. But this is the formation I'm currently doing. Let us know yourself. Well, what type of changes have you been doing into yours? Multiple people here have FM experience and the whole lot. Senior Duck has been playing FM since FM 11, and the stories he has is unbelievable. Yes, I've had a couple as well. Unfortunate situations where the EXE stopped responding. Couple of situations where we had unfortunate elements happen with graphical bugs. But in general, it's a good old experience, and I'm happy to continue on with it. I still think 24 is the better game, but all in all, I just more people coming in, more people enjoying it is the best way to end up going. Oh my God, Lord does have prayers. Oh, maybe it's wrong. It's saying Leeds are 2-2. Luka Nemanja missed a penalty, but still scored on the afterplay. Oh my God. Oh, God damn it, Raul Jimenez. And me talking about defensive malfeasance, and then that ends up happening. What a play by Fulham. God, that Kevin is ripping us asunder. What's the men's at, too? Oh, my God. Okay, we have to make some subs. Anyway, Linus, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin' with you? It's a pleasure to have you in. I hope life is treating you well at the moment. I hope it's all going good. I hope it's all going grand. I hope it's all going delicious. How have things been with Hambury since the last time we've discussed? I haven't done much of a check on them since the manager's come down. He hasn't had the best of starts at... He hasn't had the best of starts at Middlesbrough anyway, I'll tell you that. Doing a 4-3-3 with a DM. It's a formation that's done me well in FM. Been playing since it was Champion Men. I think the first game I bought was 95. Well, congratulations to that, my friend. It's beautiful to hear long-term fans continuing on with it, even if it was old versions of the same game and going down that route. It's an absolute pleasure to end up hearing it. Oh, Manu almost ends up getting a beautiful goal out of him there. H-A-M-M-B. Forza does not want me to check up Hambury. There we go. Got it there. Oh, winning. You've been doing fairly well, to be fair, Linus. 3 wins in your last 4 games, 1 draw. Happy out. Yeah, down 0-1, but with 76% possession, 14 shots, 2 on target. That's unfortunate to just hear. Hopefully it ends up improving for you. Come on, Ferguson! No bother, my friend. Enjoy the dad duties. It's one of the greatest honors you can have in life. And thank you for popping in. As I said, feel free to end up giving a stream advertisement in the Discord. Come back in and have conversations in the future. I'll try and catch you in the near future as well. But it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And enjoy the crack as it ends up going, my friend. Salutations and have the best of days. Are you playing at the moment? Oh, no. 3-0 IF Borg. 22nd of February. Oh, wait. You... Huh. Weird. Weird. Anyway. The season's over, so not a lot of games to watch. Yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering what the case was ended up going down there. But yeah, interesting. So you could end up watching the Premier League at the moment where the interests continue to rise. Manchester City leads 2-2. Fantastic situation. Pep Guardiola in crisis mode a wee bit. 2-2 for Sunderland versus Bournemouth. A 0-0, bit of a snooze fest between Brentford and Burnley happening at the moment, although Brentford are all over them in the grand scheme of things. We've seen Stoke end up failing down, giving Coventry almost carte blanche on the championship. and then Wrexham are down to Blackburn Rovers. So there's a lot of interesting games happening at the moment. Barcelona 2-1 up versus Alves as well. And of course, Linus, if regular football isn't your cup of tea at the moment, you can always sit here and continue to watch the Craic skim away a victory that they did not deserve in that game versus Fulham. But we shall continue onwards and forthwith, getting a nice victory there versus Fulham. Continuing the nice trend of things. We've been doing far better in the Champions League than we have been in the Premier League, but we continue with what we can and see how it ends up going. Okay. Wait for it to load. Come true. I think the issue that was happening with me is I was getting impatient all the times I've been playing this game and clicking it a wee bit too much. So I'm just going to slow down, watch the complexion, let the game have its semi-loading issues for whatever's causing them, and then continue on with the joys of what's been going on. So, 3 weeks ago, I started a new job in an IT company. Now I got a new job working in water authority, so it's a government job. Happy days. But the best thing about government jobs is you end up getting a pension out of them and the whole lot and guaranteed salaries. So congratulations for getting the new job, and I hope you end up enjoying it. Ash Day. I hope it's a good experience. There are no issues with it, and maybe this one will end up holding you for a while. Apologies for missing that message, by the way. But it's a pleasure to end up hearing that you've gotten it, that it's going well for you at the moment, and that all is going well, good and saucy. Let me know too if there's any audio issues or any other things happening with the stream. I think I have them all sorted, but it's nice just to end up being given that extra bit of information should it end up coming down as well. But for now, Van de Ven banned for 1 game. We are 5 points off of first place, so we're in a good position for a title challenge. No, well, we're not selling him, so... Not yet, anyway. He's too good in that particular position. Our next game is versus Brighton at home, so that should be an interesting game. Brighton are 10th at the current moment in time and always give a bit of a wallop to us. Then we have Ghent, and then we have Spurs. It's a bit unfortunate we didn't have Spurs first, considering Spurs have Van de Ven out for 1 game, meaning that he'll be back for our particular game, but we'll continue with what we have for the moment. I wonder how long Mbeumo is going to be out for as well. Hopefully it isn't too long of an injury. Suffered a hamstring. Oh, he's out for 2 to 3 weeks. So that's annoying. Came on as a substitute, immediately ends up getting an injury. Arsenal ended up drawing against West Ham. Benny will be chuffed. Kevin, the 23-year-old, having a very good performance for himself. We'll have to keep an eye on him. He could be a poke to potentially go for in the future, should we decide to. So City up atop there, 1 loss, 1 draw, 7 wins, whereas we have 1 extra of each in the draws and the loss departments. But in general, we're doing okay. Yeah, and his current guys isn't fit for perfect. I kind of think that's the case as well at the moment, and I don't know if it's, like some people are saying, is more that the FAR officials are incompetent or FAR itself is just a bit too intrusive and doesn't work the way that it wants to. Because I see the work that's being done in rugby, in that a decision will be made and the game will continue to go on, and if they decide ultimately that something ended up happening, they'll give circumstances for it later on. But rugby also has sin bins, so it matters a wee bit more there. Yeah, we'll hold on to this one for a while now. Here at my place, the chance of getting a government job is very, very low, so happy days for me. Plus, it has a very good salary. Happy out, Ashday. Happy out. A pleasure to end up hearing that you ended up getting a good position, happy salary. You're able to continue on with life and ensure that it ends up going well. These are the joys that end up happening. Half a pint And remember that the Craic ended up cheersing for you, my friend. It's a pleasure to end up hearing it. I'd be a smart arse to say it gives you enough to buy a membership, but I don't do anything for YouTube memberships, so. Yes, anyways. Until later on. If I end up getting big enough, I might end up doing that in the future. Ooh, what happened there? Okay, that seems fine, I think. What's happening? Okay. Yeah, it seems to be good. Good. Yeah, I have to wait for because scouting, the joys of scouting, it takes a while for the game to end up recognizing what's happening with scouting, so joys of that. Did you end up getting your new laptop yet, Ashday? Black Friday sales and a whole lot. This will probably be the time to end up getting it if you're getting it. I need to end up using mine a wee bit more. Actually do some more stuff on the Craic Attack website and stuff like that. Just enjoy it while we're doing it. I'm just seeing clips there from Sati's app on some of the stuff there when he was talking about the AAA event that was happening there 6 days ago. And I like the kind of more rugged look of AAA where it's not as fancy, but it's cool at the same point in time. Okay, anyway. So, of course, Hallen Shines ends up beating the Bumblebees. So, City getting an extension on their lead. What was the results of that game? Hat-trick by Haaland. So, he's going to be the top goal scorer again in this particular league. He is interesting. So, he has almost no tackles. Block, my friend, thank you so much for the raid. How was the Fortnite stream, my friend? I hope it was a good old time. I hope you got up to plenty of fun times and good bits of crack. It's a pleasure to have you. Pixelated, my friend. How are you doing? Pleasure to have you in. I am indeed the stupid, sexy crack. But how's it all going? It's a pleasure to have you in now. Thank you so much for continuing on the fun. I hope the stream went fantastic, my friend. We have gotten one match down here. Continuing on with Manchester United now at the moment and seeing how it continues to go. A combative game versus one Fulham as we started things off, but we're going to continue with the Craic now and see how it all ends up going. I heard that the next map for Fortnite is meant to be K-pop Demon Hunters or something like that, or maybe that's been done previously and I'm just over my head, but interesting if that is the case. Also, here's the thing too, when you think about it, looking at Estevao. Estevao is obviously a Chelsea player and is playing very, very good for Chelsea at the moment as well, IRL. But they also have astonishing youth coming down the route. In the Champions League this past week, of the top 5 goal scorers, 3 of them were Chelsea graduates, with it, of course, being Estevao, Dustin, and Quenda. So Quenda scored. Unbelievable player. Then Dustin isn't here, weirdly enough. I can't pronounce the second name, so there's no point in me trying. But wait, they got Keith Smith? Oh my god. Oh, Chelsea. God, you're robbing pair of schmucks. I didn't even know they were going for him. But yeah, how did the stream end up going for you anyway, Block? I hope it was a good old experience. What were you doing? Were you doing no build? Were you doing regular build? Were you doing any particular other modes of Fortnite? I've started getting back into the game myself. I haven't much experience with it at the moment, so I need to expand a bit more on that. But do let me know. Let me know how it all ended up going. And let me know yourself, Pixel, if you want to. And by the way, if you don't, just you continue to vibe. Lurking is 100% fine. How has life been treating you in the year of 2025, my friend? Today is an interesting day IRL in terms of football there, because I continue to mention these stats because they're interesting. At the current moment in time, Sunderland have come back from the jaws of defeat with Brian Brobby scoring their next goal at the moment. So it's 3-2 to Sunderland versus Bournemouth. Bournemouth will feel very much hard done by because they have done fantastic. I'm doing a network save with my friend and just started a journeyman save looking for jobs. We'll be lurking playing some Battlefield 6. Well, congratulations. I've heard great things about Battlefield 6. They're not my cup of tea, those type of games. But out of the, Call of Duty Battlefield games that have been released lately, I'm glad to hear that Battlefield 6 is good and the people are enjoying it. So please do enjoy the crack while you're playing it, my friend. Okay. Anyways, so Fletcher has been doing okay. And 67 minutes is okay because being subbed off, being tired isn't bad. And he won, which is good. It decides a complete change in team, which we might end up doing, but we'll see. Fabian Hausner. God, I didn't realize Fabian Hausner was so young. Wow, okay. The management. 2016. He was born in 1993 and got his first venture into management in 2016. So he was 20 something. Wow. Huh. Pat Witt, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. God, I didn't realize Fabian Hausner was started so young. I mean, he's a fine manager. I don't rate him amongst the greats in the Premier League at the moment. I think there are much better managers in the Premier League at the moment over Fabian Hausner, but I legitimately thought he was older than that. But that's genuinely fascinating. Yes, Block ended up giving us a nice raid, Pat. Genuinely great to end up seeing at one of the good ones, Block. And thanks for coming in, my friend. It's not going too bad at the moment. We're in season 2 at the moment, as you can see down here. 5 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses. A 12-goal difference currently at this particular moment in time. We've had a couple of unfortunate circumstances there. A Chelsea loss that we definitely deserved. A loss in the Carabao Cup via penalties where I went a wee bit too light. Too easy on the squad that I ended up putting out, but you need to play the youth in those type of games, so we went for it, and we unfortunately ended up feeling the anchorage because of it. The only draw we've had in our last couple of games was against Napoli, where we should have won, but unfortunately they came back and got a nice goal. Same with the Newcastle game, we were doing okay. Our actual main losses happened at the start of the season. Our first game versus Brentford ended up causing us to get a loss in the Premier League, so it looked like it was going to end up starting bad. Like a really bad start to the league with a loss, draw, loss, but we've done well since, regurgitated things. We've managed to get an interesting number of signings put in. We got Evan Ferguson for a really, really cheap price, so our striking options are a bit stacked at the moment. We have Anglo Stellar brought in. We brought Willie Kwambwala back, considering the stats of him are fairly good for the point that he's at, and we needed that defensive coverage. We ended up getting a number of other players that are useful for us in the near future as well. We ended up going to PSG and taking one of Brentford's old ones, Ilya, off of them. Ilya, where the bloody hell are you, Ilya? Yeah, Ilya Zambrani. And then we have a couple of useful youths that need to develop a bit. We got Janu Gadu off of Wolves. We got him for a fairly cheap whack at a price, like 35 million quid for someone with quite a good bit of potential. We do actually need to start playing him more. So I'm actually going to move him up to the main squad because we need to start playing him more. So if he's not too tired, we'll play him in this game. But yes, in general, it has been an okay game for us. We're doing the Craic Attack stubborn-natured Christmas tree formation. So basically the formation that we're playing, and we'll wait until we get into the actual, picking the team, because I need to make a couple of changes for the team anyway. So I'll show you the actual tactic that we're ended up doing. Have you been playing the game yourself, Pat? So we're doing this. We're doing the 3-2-2-1-2, which is effectively a 3-4-2-1. 3-4-1-2. Sorry. So originally the formation looked like that, but we've modified it to have 2 attackers because the actual interplay between the 2 attackers gave us more security, gave us more offensive capabilities. Ironically, then we're putting them in the out of play point of view where we're putting with our 2 wingers there. I mentioned this earlier on. The actual better move to do is to move these wing backs back to here instead, but I'm being stubborn and trying at this. I'm on the J League, 3rd division, just got promoted, started unemployed with the B license. So that is the ultimate goal, Pat, to go and do that again in the near bit. I started with this during the beta to just experiment with the beta and see how things end up going with it. Ultimately, I had planned on finishing this season and then turning over to a new goal. But I've had a couple of bugs with the game in the last wee while, so it has stagnated my attempt to end up doing so. But for now, we'll continue with the way things are, and hopefully all will be good. How have you been finding playing in the J League? As I know, some of the alternative leagues have been having some issues with them. Like Benny was telling me that there was issues with the Miles Lewis Skelly League, the MLS, and that you couldn't end up playing it properly as a result. Okay, so what other changes do we make here? Mbuemu is injured, so we need to take him out of the rotation. So I suppose do that. J League is good. Went to sign some good Japanese player. I want to win the ACL soon. Yes. I like the idea of the Asian cultures getting back into football and doing well. There aren't like many particularly good regens spawning for me from them. Typically, they're all. What? Sorry. Okay, genuinely odd that. City are after score. Wow! Oh my God! What a 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, it's gone in the Brentford Burnley game from 0-0 to 3-1 with Thiago scoring 2 goals, 1 from a penalty, and then Quarta scoring off of a Jordan Henderson assist. What a 10 minutes at the end of that game, and City unfortunately scored in the Leeds game. Philip Foden getting them a joys. Yeah, it's unfortunate. If I ever find any, I sign them literally just to become a kind of growth unit for them and try to develop them, because it is, I find it, because of the lack of them, I find the want to improve them and get them to a state where they're good, if you can find any at all. Like, you almost need to be in the leagues developing their youth academies in order to get them, which is unfortunate. I mean, wait a minute. Did we? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I was wondering. So where's? There you are. Okay, I don't know where you ended up going, but we're going to pick you just so we can put you on the bench. So do that, and then replace Ugarte with Benjamin. And we'll go with Benjamin, Ferguson, Bruno. We'll swap Bruno as well. Cunha should be okay to come back, right? Good. So we'll go with that, although we need to swap you with Bruno. I'm sorry, you're not getting a game today, my friend. And it's sad, too, because you didn't get the chance due to the way the game was doing the last time in order to get an actual gameplay. I think Brazil is typically always where Brazil or South America is typically always where the Wonder Kids end up spawning. It's very rare to see them anywhere else. I've gotten one in all of my saves, one like proper Wonder Kid from Ireland, Jason O'Connor, in my FM24 save, where we got a genuinely out of this world goalkeeper that spawned. And like we have a couple of potentialities that are going to end up coming through in the English format here as well, even in this squad here. So like if I go here, you have Jaden Nagswani, this English international, has incredible potential, has the stats to potentially become something great in the future. We have this this buck here, Northern Ireland kid, Chris Gibbon, same point of view there, has the potential to become somewhat great, at 16 years of age. So we found a couple of youths that have the potential to become something special. Paul Shabazz Edwards, another England international that has fairly good stats, not as crackerjacked as some of the other ones. We just need to hope that they develop well. Now, one of my problems, and this is not an FM24 thing or 26 thing, this has been an FM thing in general. One of my big problems when it comes down to this game is I haven't been able to figure out the best way to do the loan system. In FM24, I had a player called Joaquin. And Joaquin, stat-wise, was about what Willie Kambwala is here. So, about what Willie Kambwala was here. The couple of over-the-edge attributes, not great determination, not great stats there. He ended up going over to Man City, and in one season, Man City had him from 2.5 stars up to 5. And I don't understand what the game did, what they ended up having in their team construction, their training in order to do it. So loans sometimes end up working for you, sometimes they don't. And I wished I had a better fundamental understanding of how that system ended up working in the game. But in general, I just enjoy, playing down to it. I go a lot slower, end up doing the interconnected plays and stuff like that. And it's kind of what makes the lower down the divisions a wee bit interesting as well, because obviously the star system is based on the potential for your squad. So maybe my team have gotten weaker or something of that description, but it's interesting seeing the game's opinions on rare talents when you're in lower down divisions. Like, let's say if you looked at anyone in the Premier League, even the worst player in the Premier League, they're probably 5-star marking for your team in the J League, Pat. If I was a betting man, I've very rarely done it, so I can't comment too much, but it's an interesting, that's why the star system in FM is interesting. It's just not very well conversed to the player, and there's a lot of questions about it. So Brentford versus Burnley ends 3-1. It's looking like City are about to get their win versus Leeds. And the same with Sunderland versus Bournemouth. Coventry got their victory over Charlton, so extend their lead in the championship by 10 points. Middlesbrough obviously ended up... Oh, Middlesbrough bet! Derby. Oh, Linus must be a happy camper. It's a shame he's not in the chat at the moment. Former Hanbury manager Kim Hellberg got back and ended up getting the victory with Matt Targett and Morgan Whittaker. Interesting. London, it should be an interesting game. I'll give you that. But I'm not sure. Who's going to come out on that? Personally, out of the two teams, I like to think Chelsea have the better chance currently with the way they're playing. Arsenal are playing very, very good. And correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, because I'll happily stand up on this factor. I think Arsenal aren't actually playing that good, but they're using set pieces to counterbalance their playing mechanisms, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But world football has gotten so in its head about we need to play good football that they've forgotten that set pieces are a thing, and so many teams just don't know how to defend set pieces. I genuinely think Arsenal's quality is the fact that set pieces aren't being defended good enough or properly in an orientation that means that they're working right. So I think Arsenal have, not that they're bad, but they've been lucky that the people around them aren't set up to deal with set pieces. Whereas Chelsea are a more all-around team. The big problem with Chelsea is they don't have a good goalkeeper and are still lacking on the striking capability, although Estevao is one hell of a player. Dustin Siamens will be one hell of a player when he ends up coming in. Quenda will be one hell of a player when he ends up coming in, which begs the question, what happens to Pedro Neto, Garnacho, and the likes when that ends up coming in? But yeah. See, my problem with Sanchez is... And this is where you might end up arguing with me, Pat. My problem with Sanchez is I think Chelsea sold a better player. I think Dusan Petrovic was a better player. I think Petrovic was a better player than Sanchez. I think they sold the better goalkeeper. I'm back. Just bought Red Dead Redemption 2 in advance. Got a very good. It's very cheap at the moment. Red Dead Redemption 2. Hogwarts Legacy is about £12 as well for the whole lot of it as well. If you want another good game, Cuphead is for sale. Shovel Knight is for sale. There's a good couple of sales on Steam at the moment if you're into them. Big Ange style ye crack. Yeah, kinda. That's what I'm saying with Estevao. Like, it's a big thing of they're too young. Like, it's too young to go for Dustin Siemens. It's too young to talk about Quenda. It's too early to talk about Estevao. It's too early to talk about Lamine Yamal. Hell. You know? You can't really talk about any player and their progression in the game of football until they've had 5 seasons. Which is the reason why the likes of Jude Bellingham was such a special example, because he obviously had 5 seasons at 20. So we knew he was going to be. This is effectively Estevao's first proper season, you know? And now he's doing well in a grand Chelsea team, but not a fully formed Chelsea team. That Chelsea team obviously will end up improving to it, mainly in defensive attributes. I like Trevor Chalobah, but the fact that Trevor Chalobah is one of their main defenders is a problem in of itself. So we'll see what ends up happening with Chelsea. But it'll be interesting. I think it's unfortunate that Chelsea don't have Colwell back. I think it's unfortunate that Lavius has another injury there. I am worried that, not that I give a shit, I'm not a Chelsea fan and a Chelsea supporter, but I am worried that Enzo Maresca is bringing Cole Palmer back too quick, and although he's monstrously useful for the game versus Arsenal, I don't think you should bring him back too early. Chelsea won't get top 8 in the UCL. Do you think so, Duck? Why? What makes you think they won't? Like, they're 7th at the moment with 10 points. 3 more games to go. I'd be shocked if they didn't, if I'm honest. Who do they have left? They have Atalanta, which they should win. Oh, I'm wrong. They only have 1 more game to go. So oh, no, they do. They have another one. Paphos FC, who they definitely should win. And Napoli, who is a hard game, so maybe they won't. I'd be shocked if they didn't. Maybe you're right. I'd be shocked if they didn't, though. Genuinely. You know, the team that I think is more likely not to make the top 8 is City, even though they got their win today and scraped it against Leeds. But hey, that's where it comes down to the factor of anyone can beat you at any time if you aren't up to the gun. Like, City 3-2 versus Leeds after scoring in the first minute of play, you know, set the control of the game. They let Leeds get a 1.52 XG, you know. I mean, it's an interesting kettle of fish. Beat Cully is a heavy statement, but you definitely should have drawn. I can see Paphos and Atalanta causing problems. I can't comment enough about Paphos to be able to give you any way, shape, and form. I haven't watched them duck. It wouldn't shock me, which is why I'm saying it's an arguable point that I'm not willing to die on the hill. I just personally think they're going to get the top 8. I personally don't think it matters because I think they'll get through the playoffs. But Malins can score here. Okay. And I don't know. Napoli would be the one I'd be thinking they might lose to. We had them in the second half. First half we were crap. Yes. Good to end up getting the penalty. Good to end, good to capitalise even though you missed it, Cully. Calvert-Lewin had them rattled and Bernardo Silva should have been sent off for diving. Simulation is a horrible situation there. Also, by the way, I wonder how true this is because the few City fans that are actually available obviously overblow things to an insane degree. But there's a rumor going around at the moment that City are considering for the replacement of Bernardo Silva and the replacement of a potential Rodri going in and purchasing Elliot Anderson and Carlos Baleba. And I just imagine what would happen if they got both of them. Lewis Cook got a red card in the last minutes of the Bournemouth game? Oh, that's sad. They're not. I think a lot of it has to be said about their defense. Donnarumma gave them an incredible amount of security and has improved them more this year than they end up coming down to. Is there a conversation to be had? And I'm not watching them enough. To make this point. So please argue it if you think I'm wrong. Is there a point to be made that Ruben Diaz is kind of past his prime, and that Josko Vardiel being moved from left back into centre defense isn't working as well as they think in order to accommodate Nico O'Reilly? And Matthias Nunez being used as a kind of hybrid right back, right midfielder isn't working either. I think they need a proper right back. I know that who was it? You have Ranieri who should be playing, but he's on the bench. And then there's another, Rico Lewis can play as well and wasn't for some reason. But it's just a weird situation. I think there's this conversation to be had that back line isn't good enough at the moment. I really like Ruben Diaz, but I think he might be gone past his time. I think he's a Virgil van Dijk. I think he's someone that needs to be replaced. Now, he's much younger than Virgil van Dijk, so maybe I'm wrong. He's only 28, but I think that's one of their big things at the moment. And obviously, the loss of Rodri. Nico Gonzalez is a good player, but he's not a Rodri. That's kind of my thing. That's what I'm thinking. Is Diaz washed? It's a mean thing to say, but is he washed, you know? I think that might be one of their major problems. But I think that's a problem throughout the entirety of the league. Like, we have a really good back line if we had a good midfield, you know? They'd have won if they will if they won in Italy. Chelsea are inconsistent. Yeah, Conte's domestic merchant. He's crap in Europe. Well, I mean, he won the Champions League with Chelsea in Europe, didn't he? So like he's not that crap in Europe. He's just been unlucky. You know who was one person in the Prem who got a 1-match ban after a game? No, who? Duck, who? If we play that well with the back with three at the back, we should play it week in, week out. The two big men at top unsettle them so much. I mean, fair enough. The big problem with three at the back is if you play a three at the. I'm thinking of Thomas Tuchel. So my apologies. Yeah, I'm thinking of Thomas Tuchel. If they play counter-attacking football, which City just don't do. If you play a team that plays counter-attacking football, three at the back is fucking death for a club like Leeds, Cully. So you need to use it in the right circumstance. Also, Cunha is having another atrocious performance. Screw, we'll give you your debut. He reached the Europa final with Italy team and lost it. Fair enough. I'm not going to argue with you, Duck. I like him, though, as a manager, but fair enough. If he's bad in Europe, he's bad in Europe. You play different in and out of possession. Every formation has weaknesses if you look at it like that. Oh, yeah, no, I 100% agree with you, Cully. It's just a matter of, I think that's a better nugget to keep in your pocket and use it mid-game, you know, than to start a game with the three at the back. For the moment, anyway, but also I'm using three in the back here, so I can't say anything. And I'm also not I'm not a particular expert when it comes down to the ways of tactical football. Minu! What a way to start the half. And Sunderland got their win too as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Everton and Newcastle. And will it start to become desperation time for Newcastle if they lose again? Because Newcastle are currently 14th. They're currently not doing particularly well in, to my knowledge, let me check actually. Table. Yeah, so in the Champions League, Newcastle are 11th. Does it become a bit of desperation point if Newcastle end up losing again? Does the conversation start to happen around Eddie Howe? I'm not sure. I think the bigger conversation is if Liverpool lose tomorrow to West Ham. I think that has to be the death bullet. As much as I don't think it should be, I think that has to be the death bullet. What was that, Ahmad? Besides that, how have you been, fella? I've been doing well, Cully. Enjoying the crack. Happy to be on. Happy to converse with all of you. Happy that this game is actually functioning. But in general, enjoying everything. Having a good old time. Looking forward to tomorrow, seeing how United end up doing against Crystal Palace. I think we'll actually put on a good display against them. And yeah, Sunderland have been flying. They've been a bit inconsistent in their last 3 games, which is slightly concerning to see. But with Sunderland, the big question with Sunderland is how did they do? How did they do when the AFCON hits? And are they actually able to convince, or are they allowed to convince? And would the people even consider it? Convince the players to say no to going to the AFCON? Because if they could... it's not about that, Cully. You're damn right. Have fun. Catch you, bro. I'm going to go to bed soon as past 1 a.m. No bother, Pat. Thank you so much for coming in. Pleasure to end up having you. Get a great night's sleep, and I'll chat you again in the near future, my friend. Yes, you're 100% right about that, Cully. They're safe. But the way they're performing at the moment, it's not a matter of safety. It's a matter of ambition. if they continue to perform the way they are now, there is a very, very significant chance that they get Champions League football. Very significant chance they get Champions League football. So to be honest, if I'm Newcastle, I'm doing everything I can to convince the people that have to go to the AFCON to stay and not do it. I mean, you're not wrong, but even if like top four is Champions League at the moment, but fifth also counts as Champions League football. Then you have sixth and seventh counting as Europa League football, depending on how many people we end up getting in. Also depending on the winners of the FA Cup. And if they continue to perform grand like that, maybe they could end up doing a challenge for the FA Cup, but you wouldn't think so. But European football of some description, primarily being the Europa League, they could end up going for. I am of the opinion they could actually challenge for top four, if I'm honest. But it also depends on the people around them. I still think that the chances aren't dead for us to do it. I know, and that is copium, by the way. That is copium of the highest order, me stating that. But I still think the chances aren't dead for the potential of us to do it, which would be awesome if we could. Can we move Bruno to the right? Do we want to move Bruno to the right? Fuck it, we're going to try something stupid. This might cause me to lose this game. Genuinely, this might cause me to lose this game, but who gives a crap? We're going to try something a wee bit different. They're not getting top four at the moment. Yeah. No, that's fair. It's a fair opinion, Collie. 100% fair opinion. And it's, again, just personal opinion. I'm happy to die down on it. And time will be the teller of all wounds as to how they end up doing. But they've gotten through a couple of big performances there. At least they've gotten to the point now where point-wise, it is a statistical anomaly for them to get relegated. They'd have to lose almost every game till the end of the season in order to get relegated. It is still possible for them to get relegated, which is bonkers when you think about it. It is still possible for them to get relegated. But the hope would be that they continue to play well. Like that would be unbelievable if that was to happen, if the statistical anomaly ended up coming into place and they ended up dropping down the table so bad that they ended up getting relegated. Imagine. I have strong football opinions, and I'm not always right, let me tell you, so you can tell me to shut up. No, Collie, heaven forbid. No, this is a place where I'm open to conversations about it, because I am exactly the same. My football opinions are a bit out there in the whole lot. This is one of my big football opinions that I'm happy for people to turn around and say, shut up, you're wrong. I'm of the opinion that the bottom teams in the Premier League aren't performing better. The top teams in the Premier League are performing infinitesimally worse. That's my opinion. The bottom teams aren't performing better. The top teams are performing infinitesimally worse. I don't think Sunderland, to give the prime example, are playing phenomenal football. I think the teams around them are performing worse. I don't think that Bournemouth are playing fantastic football. I think United, Spurs, Tottenham, United, Spurs, Villa, Chelsea, City, Arsenal are playing mediocre football in comparison to what they were 7 to 10 years ago. I think the quality of the top has dropped so much that artificially we think that the quality of the bottom has rose. And maybe I'm wrong on that. I'll hold my hand up and say that I can be wrong on that. But that's my opinion, that it isn't a case that the quality of the top has risen and the bottom has risen in accordance with it. I think it's a case that the quality of the top has dropped and we've artificially thought that the bottom has risen. Also, what a horrible goal to concede at the 90th minute. Because we have to remember...
Shut up.
Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
It's the reason 2-0 is the most dangerous score in all of football, isn't it? Thank God they scored an own goal. I I think we have 3 debuts here in this game too. Menu. Oh, you better not lead to them getting a draw. Lamens, you useless bastard. Oh, you can't write that. You can't write that. You can't write that. They do not deserve a draw. 90th and 92nd minute. Oh, God. I got FM'd really, really badly there. That's unbelievable. That's a special level of unbelievable. Oh. I don't have words for that. Ah, that's taking my heart and thrown it into a bloody trash compactor. Oh my God. You're not playing the next game anyway, Rashford. Oh my God. That's horrendous too, because we were doing well, getting ourselves back up the table. That's a stomp into the teeth right there. A big hurdle. Big hurdle for us, unfortunately. And I think that officially answers the question too, that we need a new goalkeeper. If we are going to continue this save. How do you spell him? Diego. Wrong one. Player database. Goalkeepers. Diego Costa. 27 years of age. Bayern Munich's a Bayern bottom. Damn it. Okay, so that's not the option. 100 million for Turbin. Love and Lucas Chevalier is considered one of the best in the world, and then you're at 100 million because of course you are. And they wouldn't sell him mid-season anyway. Kobel is probably the choice you go for. Well, Emi Martinez maybe. Is Emi Martinez better than Lamens? By quite a significant margin. Okay. Although you would be buying him and buying someone again later on then, so we'll wait. We'll wait for now and we'll see how things end up going. But that was the worst performance I've seen out of Lamens. Yes, Ashday, it's much better than it was. I am still having some technical issues with it, both in and off streaming capability. So everything you see with me isn't just because of streaming stressing it out a wee bit. You can't be as clicky. Like if you're waiting for something to load and you're clicking a lot, you will cause the game to stall. You will cause the game to become non-responsive and stuff like that. So where I'm typically waiting for a click and clicking on the button, waiting for it to load, that will eventually overload the game and issues will end up occurring as a result of it. God, I know it's my save, but like, Jesus, you have to consider it. He's being unbelievable for them. Anyway, never mind. We'll consider that again later on. But yes, it is significantly more stable than it was earlier on. There's still a number of improvements I think need to be made onto it in order to be better. I haven't looked in to the modding capabilities of the game to see how skins are and all that type of thing, so I legitimately can't comment on it. But like the thing with this was, it always was an enjoyable game to play, even during the beta. It was a very enjoyable game to play. I've never said it wasn't enjoyable. I just said that for the amount of time they've put into it and the customizability issues they've put onto it, I think the game needed more. It needed more for it to be worth the time that they put into it. You know, I'd still turn around to anyone who's thinking about buying this game and tell them, buy this game, but try and get it below 20 quid if you can. £20 to 25 quid is how much this game is worth. It's not worth 40 quid. That's my opinion on it. I don't think, for what they have done with the game, I don't think it's worth the 60 quid that if you wanted to buy it now, that it's up for. I don't think this is a 60 quid game. I don't. I think you would need it almost at half price for it to be worth it, personally. Now, that could be me being significantly too mean to the game. I'll happily admit that, especially as someone who's played hundreds of hours into FM24. But as of this moment in time, I would highly recommend you go and you get FM24 over this game. And I know that game has been taken off of the game store, which means that my opinion is pirate FM24, because if you make it impossible for me to play your game by legitimate means, it is 100% fair if I pirate your game. Is my opinion as a person in the game industry as well. Now, the other thing, too, is it will probably end up coming up on a Humble Bundle or something like that in the near future as well. But if you're streaming the game, I'd buy it tomorrow morning, because the community that's around it is awesome. And the FM community is so wonderful that it'll bring extra enjoyment for the frustrations you have with it anyway. Like, the people that come around the FM community, yourself included, is unbelievable. Well, I'm not in it now, but I initially tried to go into the game industry. I've done some stuff in the back end of it as well. Currently, I'm a software developer, so I'm in the IT industry more than anything else. I done games development for 4 years. I done a bachelor's level 7 in games development, and then a level 8 in software development. Then ended up going and doing a master's after the fact in order to continue on with that factor there. So the goal was to get into the games industry. I wanted to get into the game industry to do story development and all that type of stuff and build it up that way. I love the idea of building up genuine stories. The reason why I love D&D. But it just didn't work out for me. I wasn't able to get work experience and the whole lot, but it does mean I have viewpoints on games because I've read a lot into game industry practices and all that. I still think this game breaks the golden rule of three quite a significant amount of time that is integral for any piece of software. But in general, it's not a bad game. It's just not up to the standard of what was promised or what they can deliver. Whether I honestly can't say if they're going to continue to do massive edits to this game in order to continue to improve it, Collie, but or not Collie, Ashday, but you know, it's up to yourself if you'll end up enjoying it. But you should definitely consider going for it. There. 2 and 4 aren't available. Okay, so we need to replace 2 and 4. 2 and 4, 2 and 4. Both of you aren't available. Do that. And then... Okay, and then the actual squad we're going to play. We'll go with you up front, because it's Ghent and we should be grand. We'll go with Victor right beside you in order to give it a wee bit more solidity, because Ferguson didn't play particularly great the last day. Actually, we won't. We'll go with Erasmus beside you to give him game time. We'll go with Godot, Euro, and if he's available, which I don't think he is, then we'll swap Delict with a Heaven. No, unfortunately, he isn't, so we'll stick with what we have there. Yeah, hope they put it on sales on something in December, then I'll buy it. Look into it anyway, because they probably will. So yeah, we'll go with Delict. So Delict, Euro, Godot, Stellar, Menu. I think we'll take Stellar and give him a bit of a break and put Ugarte on instead. We'll go with Dennis instead of Lamens. Rashford isn't touching the goddamn pitch. Okay. So I'm actually completely dropping Rashford. I don't care if it ends up screwing me. So Rashford will come off and we'll put Ethan Williams there. I don't care if that screws me. But we will start Patrick Dogu. And we will put Ahmad there. Although we don't really have a replacement for Ahmad, do we? Not on the bench. Unless we swap Cunha, which we will do. So Cunha for Mount. Okay, so this will be our squad. Camarada, Hoyland, Mount, Ahmad, Dogu, Menu, Ugarte, Godot, Euro, Delict, and Simons. So, it's Ghent. We should do good against them. So wish us a bit of luck as we go into it. And, by the way, we've had the starting bell for both Everton and... For Everton now. Everton and Newcastle. Oh my God, Newcastle. Okay, well, Newcastle are putting discussions that they might be washed into the bed. They've already scored 1-0 to Newcastle. It hasn't come in on who scored it yet. And Wrexham got the draw versus Blackburn. 95th minute. So Wrexham are keeping their playoff hopes alive. It's kind of a shame because Blackburn Rovers are a team I'd like to see in the Premier League again. And like currently they're 18th, so there's very little chance of them happening, although it's the championship, so anything can happen. Juventus are 1-1 versus Cagliari at the moment. Barcelona bet Alves. Bayern Munich bet St. Paul. Hoffenheim had a good performance today. Leverkusen versus Dortmund. Interesting. That should be a good game. Ernest Poku is a player I really, really like. And personally, I'd love if we were able to go to Bayern Leverkusen and nick him. I really, really like Ernest Poku, personally. Of course, then in the Bayern side of things, if you could go and get someone like Nico Schwarzenbacher, who's obviously 25, but would be an okay pick. Crap, Craic, use your words. And Paris Saint-Germain are 1-0 down to Monaco. Ooh. That's very interesting. Ooh, interesting pokes happening there. Anyways, have we gone too weak in this game? We'll find out fairly quickly. But for now, into the fray we go. Another player being assigned a squad number. And into the fray we go. Shabazz getting a showcase in the under 18s. And I will just wait for the game to load and we'll see how we end up doing versus Ghent. We do want to avoid the playoffs as best we can in the Champions League. Even though we have been playing Dennis as our cup goalkeeper and all games have come down. And his performances have been a bit of a mixed bag. But we'll continue with what we have and hope that it continues to go well. Okay. So, we're into the fray now. Ghent have nobody that I know of any description there. But they're playing a 4-2-3-1 formation, a formation that we should be able to combat quite well with the way we have ourselves set up. We have nothing here that'll end up getting them motivated unknowingly, so we'll just say we're the favourites. Go out and give the... Ambrose, my friend, what's a crack-a-lacking with you? Pleasure to end up chatting to you. How's life treating you? Is the crack going 90 with you? In we go now. Pleasure to end up hearing it. I hope the crack is 90, my friend. Oh, so we are still in the playoff section of it. But we can end up getting on. I mean, to be fair, there's plenty of money in carpentry, my friend. So congratulations for doing it. If you can get a good person to end up training you about it, it's the best way to do it. But one of the things to end up looking into when you're doing carpentry, if you're any way good about it, is to like do kind of sculptures or little pieces that you can end up selling as well. Because it's a dying art of people that are actually working with wood and that capability. And if you get a good enough market and sell them particularly well, and you, knowing all the people that you do, you'd be able to do it. You could end up selling nice little confectionaries as well if you're good enough with wood. But pleasure to end up hearing it. Congratulations, my friend. Bloody takes gumption to end up going into a trade as well. I kind of wish in a way I did. Instead of just being a lazy bastard and going into software development. Man, I can't believe it's December. It's just here, 3 weeks away. Yes, and can you believe, Ashday, I have managed to do the impossible. I have managed to get through the entirety of the November period and the start of the Christmas period without hearing Mariah Carey's Christmas song, and saying that one of the vicious pricks on the Purple app is now going to end up putting that down using the song request capability, putting Mariah Carey's song that I shan't name for obvious reasons into the queue. But I've managed to get away without hearing that song at the moment, which has been beautiful. Oh, beautiful passing work, Rasmus to Mount. I think this is the type of thing that Amron is trying to get us to do IRL as well. Passing play like this, where you're just fluidly passing it 1-to-1-to-1 with people there. I genuinely like the way Amron is setting us up as a Manchester United fan. Just we'll end up seeing what extra bits they end up doing to potentially end up getting there, you know? It's hard to know whether or not he will end up getting us to the greatness that we want. But at the moment, the Craic is doing well here with the United squad that we end up having. I haven't been on sad because I have seen saves where Rasmus comes back from Napoli an absolute unit, and we haven't had that luck. He's come back grand from his loan to Napoli, but he's not the player that he can be. I've seen Rasmus builds where he develops Sesko, depending on how he ends up going. I seen it when I was doing the save for Senior Murph, when I was doing the Brentford save that he has up on his channel now, Murph FM. Christmas starts at 2 weeks today. Oh, so you're one of those people, Karen, that enjoys Christmas time being a week before Christmas, I know some people that outright despise putting up the decorations or anything like that until at least the 8th of December, before Little Christmas ends up coming around, and they think that 2 weeks is the period for Christmas, and the Christmas decorations have to be down by the 27th, which I think is just being a bit of a schmiser, but, I do agree that you shouldn't start Christmas before Halloween happens, or you shouldn't do any of your decorations before the first week of December. Do it the last week of November if you want, but that's the type of thing. Not too bad. Do you think Littler is going to do the full kabam this year, especially considering Humphreys has already been eliminated from the current... I can't remember which competition it is at the moment. It's not the Worlds that's happening at the moment. What's the competition that's happening at the moment that Humphreys got kicked out in the first round? Because it's Mount Beautiful. Because I was watching bits of it, and it's not as flashy as some of the other bits of darts. I do think that the Players' Championships, fair enough, yeah. Do you think Littler will end up winning the Players' Championships? I'd say is a very good chance of doing so. But I also think darts needs to be very, very careful, because hopefully the rumours are true and the youths that are coming up in the world of darts are... Oh, is it over? Okay, fair enough. And hopefully the youths are actually as good as people are saying, because supposedly there's a couple of youths up there that were in a game rotation with Littler when Littler was young and were actually giving him a run for his money. 16, 17-year-olds that are on their way up. Because it needs competition for them. Otherwise, it's going to have the unfortunate problem of potentially being a bit too Tiger Woods in the world of golf in his early years, where Littler and Humphreys are really the only competition. Because I like Van Gerwen. I like... oh, God, their names are skipping. But I like some of the top players in darts at the moment. But they are being outplayed by an insane degree. Like, I know on their day, they can show up and end up doing fantastic. But, like, Van Gerwen at the moment, I think the gap between Van Gerwen and Luke Littler and Humphreys is massive. I think... bloody Price is nowhere near them. Smith is nowhere near them. Anderson is nowhere near them. Decker is nowhere near them. Clayton is nowhere near them. I genuinely think Humphreys and Littler are running away with it at the moment. Yeah, you're right. Taylor had the same problem when it came down to darts. But, like, the thing with Philip Taylor was darts was so new when Philip Taylor was coming around. He had the benefit of building it on his back. Woods kind of did the same. Televisation of darts started to come into play, and as a result of which Tiger Woods became the lead of it. It's kind of like Tony Hawk and skating. Even though Tony Hawk mightn't be the best skater out there, even in his day, Tony Hawk was the figurehead that ended up leading it into greatness since. Now darts is a recognizable competition, and as a result of that, the opposite effect will come down, could happen, where it starts to negate the popularity of it. I mean, it might be me, but I think Littler has Humphreys' number. I think you could see it in that final they had this year. In which competition was it? Where it was 16-11. What competition was that? Grand Slam, yeah. The Masters, the Grand Slam Masters. You could see it in that competition. Humphreys had Littler for most of that game, and then Littler went bloody bull, 25 bull, and you just see, you could see it in the eyes of Humphreys, his world shattered. Which is kind of the reason why Humphreys turned around and said he might end up taking a year off. Which genuinely might be a good thing for him. I don't think it's a good thing for the sport, but I don't know. I don't think I agree. I think darts lately has been great and more competitive than ever. I mean, I agree, Cully. I agree, but I think the way I describe it is throughout the 2010s to the between 2008 to 2015, Messi and Ronaldo were the only football players with a chance of winning the Ballon d'Or. The people underneath them were so competitive that the top two were just the top two, and everyone else was competing up the ladder there. That's my worry with darts, that it's just the person that's going to win the tournament is going to be Humphreys and Humphreys or Littler, and everyone else is battling like kings in order to get third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Like Van Gerwen is the one I followed the most when I was young, because there was something about him. Even though I could never understand a goddamn thing he said, I really liked watching Van Gerwen. But like everyone that goes up against Van Gerwen now, you'd think they have a very good chance of beating against them. I don't feel the same thing when they go up against Littler. You can almost tell after one round if Littler's going to beat them, you know? Whereas with Van Gerwen, you can always feel like someone's going to beat them. With Price, you can almost always feel that someone is going to beat them, you know? If you get what I mean. Maybe what I'm saying doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But like when I see Michael Smith go up against Van Gerwen, I don't know which one of the two of them is going to win. When I see Michael Smith go up against Luke Littler, I bloody know damn well Michael Smith isn't winning that match. You can tell the minute Michael Smith walks onto the stage, if you get me. And maybe that's not fair. And obviously, you don't know. You in like every sport, you don't know until the fat lady sings. But does my point make any sense? Do you get what I mean? Interesting, Karen. That's actually very interesting that you have a victory in that. And again, as I said, I'll contest that what I'm saying could be horse crap. I train every day for 2-3 hours. Well, that's the thing about it too. Like, yeah, if you're going to do anyways good, you do have to train your ass off and make sure that you're actually decent at it as well. Like every bloody sport. Like, I know people are turning around there saying it's just darts. You're going up and literally just hitting a board, but it isn't like that. Like, it's the same thing as I love this stat because it proves the point so bloody well. A master chess player will end up burning more calories than a professional football player in a day with the practices that they'll end up doing and the games that they end up doing. You know, so every sport, be it combat, be it mental, be it everything, the amount of pressure and testing and learning that needs to be put into it is unbelievable. And that's why I have the respect for anyone in any amateur from amateur to bloody professional to anyone that goes into sports, because the level of focus you need to do is unbelievable. Now, I don't 100% disagree with you, but I get your opinion. Yeah. And again, I'm happy to be wrong about it, because sometimes you can see it too. Like there's been matches this year where until the bloody fifth leg or the fifth squad of the game, Luke Littler hasn't seemed into it, and he's walked up, and you felt like there's a competition between them. But sometimes you just know. The Tiger Woods situation is the big one, where Woods, when he was, screwing everything that moved, was just a king. It's kind of like Wayne Rooney when he was shagging the grannies. It's like Wayne Rooney when he was shagging the grannies. You knew damn well no one could beat Wayne Rooney. That might be brutally unfair, but I had to cut time with seeing the misses, but she's grand with it because I want to be pro darts player. Hey, unfortunately, sacrifices have to be made in the annals of greatness. Ambition is the killer of pride. It's a sad situation of juggling that you need to end up doing it. But if the results end up working out, it's fantastic. It's kind of the same situation with children, where parents need to be extremely careful to actually ensure that a kid gets a childhood while still pushing them in order to get to the talent that they end up having. It's why I understand when you end up seeing those situations of kids being overplayed or overdone or overexerted and being worried about it because too much can end up having, you know. But you go with it and you try to enjoy it and you see how things end up going. Also, Williams is going to get a debut here because we're winning 2-0. So let's see how things end up going. Yes. In general, I dabble in all sports, Cully. I wouldn't be name-wise that big in the UFC, but if a UFC fight is on and someone is here and we're watching it, I'll happily watch the UFC. I dabbled in a wee bit of mixed martial arts myself when I was young as well, so I can appreciate the way that ends up coming down with it. And being a massive wrestling fan, I end up knowing that. So for me, UFC would be one of the sports I end up watching. Rugby is one of the sports I end up watching. Soccer, obviously, is a sport I end up watching. Wee bit of the GA. I'm not as big into the boxing. I think boxing has had a problem for years, even though I'm doing boxing at the moment, IRL, just to make sure that I'm fit. I think boxing has a really big issue with personality. I think the boxers themselves need to learn how to sell, because that's the type of sport where people don't care enough if you don't make them care. Ironically, I think both mixed martial arts and boxing need to take a stroke from WWE and ham it up a bit, if you get what I mean. To just like, there's a reason why, love him or hate him, Conor McGregor at one point in time, what a goal, where would be? There's a reason at one point in time Conor McGregor was the biggest star in sports. Not mixed martial arts, in sports. There's a reason why. He was such a deplorable prick. Everyone wanted to see his head getting knocked out of the head. I genuinely don't think that the Saudis have taken the soul out of boxing at all. I think an awful lot of that has happened with the boxers. Like, unfortunately, Tyson Fury and his horse crap hurt an awful lot in the heavyweight division. Anthony Joshua didn't hold himself like a champ, and Usyk retiring was just the wrong time for it to happen. Ironically, I think that boxing was going to lose its soul anyways because of the people that were in it. Like, I think a bigger hit on boxing was the Conor Benn Chris Eubank fight more than anything else. Having a fight outside of the RADA registration protocols, being that it wasn't licensed at all and literally just created in order to get the money. I know Ben has ultimately been, well, proven innocent. He's managed to end up getting himself proven innocent, but he wasn't innocent when they'd done the first fight. It's a showcase of where boxing was going anyway. But again, it's a matter of you need to hype yourself up. As Kieran is saying here, Jake Paul is not a fighter, yet he's getting a fight with Anthony Joshua because everyone wants to see his head get bit off. And that fight will make more money than Anthony Joshua versus bloody... oh, crap. Who was it that he faced that he ended up losing last? Because Fury has beaten him twice. Deontay Wilder. Like, it'll make more money than Anthony Joshua versus Deontay Wilder by, I'd say, almost times 5. I'd say both men will end up walking out with bloody 20 million quid. And that's because people want to see it. Boxing needs to end up working that way. Now, I do think, in another conversation, this is a different conversation to be had as well. I do think physical sports have an issue, and this is both a men and a women thing as well, where the smaller you are, the less likely you are to sell, because no one wants to see someone small getting hit. I think featherweights, although are incredibly interesting, and the actual techniques of boxing in featherweight division is in a lot of cases better than in the heavyweight division. An awful lot of people feel like you're hitting a child when you look at a featherweight because of how small they end up. Now, they're jacked up to the fucking gills, so that helps. But they feel like you're hitting a child, and that ends up having a problem that ends up... Well, I'm the same. I love watching lower weight divisions end up coming down than the heavyweights. But if they look too small, it feels like you're bullying a child. And I think that's the same issue with women. No, I'm like, just instinctively we were all taught not to hit women, so seeing women batter the shite out of each other makes you feel a little uneasy. It's the reason why luchadors work so well in Mexico, because it's far more Cirque du Soleil than it is anything else. It's why in wrestling, in women's wrestling, it's very, very rare you end up seeing knockout, drag-out brawls in women's wrestling. AEW there recently ended up doing a showcase of Blood and Guts, where you had a women's war game match where the women were bleeding fucking buckets. And it just felt awkward, me watching it. Now, that could be a me thing. Maybe that's because of the way that I was growing up and the whole lot. But I think that's the way that ends up coming down it. And that's the thing, too, with, as you were saying there, Cully, in terms of boxing. I prefer lower down the division boxing as well. Lower weight, because there's more technical aspects of it. There's far more movement. It's far quicker. It's far, and they're coming down. Yes, you're more likely to get a knockout in heavyweight boxing, but you see more actual techniques happening there. But I also think looks matter a hell of a lot more in lower down the divisions as well. I think a featherweight should almost always either cover up or be tattooed to the living build if you want to be successful in that particular element of boxing, because I think you need to differentiate yourself, because you're too small to look like a monster. So you need to make yourself look like either a snake or just really intriguing. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's the prime example. And like, this isn't a fair example, but I'll use two wrestlers. No, because he actually has a tattoo. So this isn't a 100% fair comparison, but I'll use this as the comparison. They're two different looks in the whole lot, but just using wrestling as the example, just so we know what I'm on about. So like there, and on us we go here. No, not you. Give us 1 second, guys. So like you have this wrestler here, bare buckles, looks good, has a good look to him. Just, no tattoos on him, but looks fine. And then you have this. Obviously, when you look at them IRL, one is much taller than the other. But which one do you think looks more like he's going to kill you? With the skulls and the tattoos coming down the side and the whole lot. I know the facial expression helps an awful lot as well. But like, yeah, literally the tattoos help sell. Because they just add a bit of character to you, a bit of gruffness to you. A beard ends up helping bloody... another example I can end up giving is this, funnily enough, just to show you how image matters. So you have this image with just regular hair, and this image without the hair. Again, not fair. They're not of equal comparison. They're not stood beside each other, But like Jinder Mahal, to give an example of him, I think when he looked like this, looked like he was about to kill you, modern day Maharaja, looked really good. When he came back and he had his head shaved like that, it didn't suit him, if you get me. So like this image of Jinder Mahal here is not as intimidating or as impressive as that image of Jinder Mahal. If you get my point, the aesthetics of how you end up looking, specifically in a sport where you're selling yourself, matters a hell of a lot more. Again, I could be overshadowing this, but to me it matters, Like at the moment with me, if I was to go into wrestling, I would end up shaving my head. But the reason I would end up shaving my head is because of this. Give me a second. Whoa. So the reason I would end up shaving my head is because of this. So, like, if I shaved my head with that, you'd end up, obviously, you need to look a wee bit more intimidating, but with that, you'd end up looking a lot more intimidating, you know? So, like, you know, if I was going into a combat sport of some description, I would end up shaving my head simply for that reason, because that looks a hell of a lot more intimidating, having that big ass scar looking down there. Now, obviously, the other problem with that is it also looks like it's a weakness, but you get my point, you know? If you get me, Cully. And I think boxing has a problem where an awful lot of people go into the sport without thinking about their aesthetics at all. They go in, just end up doing the fight, hope that the actual abilities, and MMA as well, hope that the actual abilities they have in play is enough for them to end up getting the victory that they end up wanting and not thinking about the actual entertainment side of the sport. Oh, yeah. Like, that's not to say you need to have it. There are people who are killers without an ounce of bloody tattoos on them. Usyk is a prime example. I don't think Usyk has a layer of ink on him. Does he? Vladimir Usyk. Oh, he does actually. Got him a tit. He does. His arms are covered in fucking tattoos. But there are people who go in without tattoos on them, and it ends up making a difference. You know. Yeah, but the thing is, you don't always need to be great. Like, Logan Paul will have made more money than most fighters will ever make in their life. And that's because he's an unlikable tit that everyone wants to see get knocked out. Tommy Fury will have made far more money than people in his station than he deserves because he's the brother of fucking Tyson Fury, you know? Sometimes luck ends up coming down to that case as well, you know? But again, maybe I'm looking into it a wee bit too much. Maybe I'm wrong on what I think. Yes. Like, if you're not willing to end up having a bit of humor about yourself, be a wee bit bubbly, you're not going to end up being a salesman. Like, if I showed up now trying to sell something to you, looking exactly like I do now, with the shirt slightly tied down, with the, you know, the hair the way that I am now, I'm looking a wee bit sleazy. If I then put on these and I try to sell to you, that's a wee bit easier because I look a wee bit more sophisticated, you know? And then if I put on these, you're probably not going to listen to a goddamn thing I say. And then even more so, if I was to do something like this. Then you probably think I'm a snake oil salesman. Everything matters when it comes down to that. And I think that's one of the big things when it comes down to specifically boxing and MMA. I don't think enough people focus on the aesthetic point of view that is needed to improve themselves. Which is fair. You should hire people to do that for you. But, And maybe my point is completely different. You know, I wouldn't actually mind wearing the hat if it wasn't for the fact that I have this headset and it doesn't fit on the headset right. Like, just to give you the example. Like, now, to be fair, I could end up setting up my actual stream to be using earbuds instead, but I use them to end up trying to make sure that everything else is end up connecting. So I have 4. By the way, for those of you that end up having a bit of the behind the scenes on streaming, I currently have 4 audio sources going into my head. So the fact that I'm able to keep a coherent conversation or sentence is a feckin' miracle. But that's me trying to ensure that audio is grand on every platform that I'm doing. Honestly, Cully, I listen to almost everything, but at the moment I'm really into EDM being mixed into tracks. It's funny, and I know it's been done by artificial intelligence, so some people will end up feeling quite bad about my opinion on this one. But at the moment, I really, really, really like the AI version of. Give me a second, I'll find the song because I was listening to it earlier on today. Yeah. Thong Song. So, Cisco and Alt First Thong Song. There's a version of that song at the moment that's being done like it's a 1950s choir. So, give us a second. Just because you might know what song I'm on about. I'll bring back up the Google Chrome. Okay. I'm not going to play the full thing, by the way, but this type of music is the thing I'm really into at the moment. Stop it. Come on, stop being a pain. Really? Yeah, so this. Should be coming true. Weird, 'cause it
That girl so scandalous, and you know another nigga couldn't handle it. So you shaking that thing like who's the ish, with the look in your eyes so devilish. You like to dance all the hip-hop spots, and you cruise to the grooves like an acrobat. Not just her bench, she liked to pop, cause she was living la vida loca. She had dumps like a truck, thighs like what, baby move your butt, I think I'll sing it again. She had dumps like a truck, thighs like.
So yeah, that that type of music at the moment is really doing it for me. But yeah, good deals like that. Yes. Oh, but I'm such a fan of Critical Role. It's not even funny. Such a fan of Critical Role. It's not even funny. Newcastle 2 up, and we lost to Everton at home. Let's be fair. Newcastle are coming back from a bit of an ass whooping, and a goal in the first minute helps quite a significant bit, Ashday. And like in our particular case when we lost to Everton, it's a very simple case in point. We can't deal with a park the bus team. We can't deal with it. We can't deal with a team that parks the bus, and everyone in the league knows it. Newcastle can deal with a park the bus team, and in fact aren't bad versus park the bus teams. So it's a bit of an unfair comparison, but I understand why you'd be annoyed about it. It's one of those situations of if you park the bus versus United, you'll frustrate us and more than likely win. And that's just the case with us. It's one of the things that we need to improve upon. And the main reason for that is our midfield. But you try what you can. Do you watch any Critical Role yourself, Cully? I adore that series with a passion. And in fact, the series they're bringing out at the moment, Mighty 9, is unbelievable as well. Okay, so now we need to make our changes for this. You know, I never actually watched the series Ashley Johnson was in, Blind Spot. It's meant to be a very good show, but I haven't watched it yet. I mean, we did okay. We had our chances, just the player was crap in front of goal. I mean, yeah, but that's also not his fault. I understand people going in on Xerxes, but that's not his fault. And the manager doesn't give him a single... Sorry. when the manager doesn't give the striker a single minute of bloody game time in the 3 months up to there, that doesn't help either, you know. Now, having both Sesko and Cunha out at the same game doesn't help us either, that are effectively our striking options. But it was Xerxes' probably one chance not to get sold. But at the same point in time, what can you really do? I don't know why my allergies are acting up. I found her from being Ellie in The Last of Us and lived her ever since. Not too bad. I think you mean loved, but yeah. She's very good as Ellie in The Last of Us. Even though Ellie in The Last of Us is a horrible character. But out of that particular crew, the most successful voice actor of the Critical Role crew is definitely Laura Bailey. Definitely Laura Bailey. And then you have Matt Mercer, but I have my problems with Matt Mercer as a voice actor because you can tell immediately what Matt Mercer is doing because he doesn't change his voice at all. At all. Matt Mercer just plays Matt Mercer, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I have my problems. Yeah, even Bruno, Ahmad, and Mbuemo were crap at goal. Yeah, it was unfortunate, but like, there's not really much you can do when that ends up happening. You just roll with the punches and hope that it changes. It's just an unfortunate performance by us. Now, it didn't help that most of the shots Pickford could have saved in his bloody sleep. That didn't help either, to be fair. Well, Matt Mercer's in everything, to be fair. I like Matt. Like, I'm not saying I dislike Matt Mercer in any way, shape, or forms. I really like Matt Mercer, but it's just like, have you played Dispatch? Like, the minute Matt Mercer appears in Dispatch, you know damn well he's the villain. It's like, you know. Do we give Dennis the go in this since he played okay in the last game? No, I think we go with the men's. Okay. I think I'm going to risk it and put Heaven on. Stellar, Bruno, Ahmad, Dogu. Yes. Sesko there. Victor there. And I'm sorry, Hoyland, because you're tired. We're going to replace Hoyland with Rashford. Go. Do you ever watch Natural Six? It's a D&D series with Doug Cottle, Geralt in The Witcher, Ben Starr from Final Fantasy 15 and Verso, and more. I like that one a lot. I haven't watched it yet. Yes, I love Ben Starr, by the way, and I love Ben Starr's story as a voice actor because he's so goddamn friendly to all of the communities that he's in. And like, when he went for Clive in Final Fantasy 15, he wasn't told that it was even a Final Fantasy game that he was applying for. He went for it. He found out after the fact that it was Final Fantasy he was going for. He figured he'd just be a side character. He originally applied for Sid when he did know that it was Final Fantasy and was immediately told no. And then was given the idea to go for a different character in Final Fantasy. Went for a different appointment and ended up getting the main character of Final Fantasy. It's just a shame that Final Fantasy 16 is a bad Final Fantasy game. Like, when you have, and I'm not going to spoil a single thing about it, when you have an integral character to the plot, and it's a Final Fantasy game, so this isn't just shocking, an integral character to the plot dying in front of you there, and as they're dying, they end up going, and then give you a 10-minute expedition dialogue. That's bad writing. Oh God, Mount is tired too. Okay, so we do need to make some other changes. Cunha for Mount. And Ahmad is tired as well. God, who do we swap Ahmad with? I don't think we do, actually. Yeah, I think we go with this. Duck, my friend, what's a crack-a-lack with you? Pleasure to have you back. No bother, Cully. Please enjoy Resident Evil 4 and let me know what you think of it as you continue to play it. Enjoy your time with the game, my friend. You came at the right time, Senior Duck, because we're going in to a fierce competition with Spurs. A 6th place Spurs that are doing well, still have Thomas Frank there, have a couple of interesting signings in their play. I figured you were playing the updated version, Cully. No bother. Enjoy it anyway, my friend. So yeah, Jed Spence, Destiny, Ricardo, Dustin, Xavi, Kulumene. I think they've signed him permanently. Yeah, they signed him permanently for 32 million, which isn't a bad signing for him. And we'll see how we end up doing against them. So, oh, they have Mudryk. Spurs, why? How much did you spend on him? 8 million. Okay, well, that's actually not a bad deal. Oh, Van de Ven is actually suspended. Oh, nice. So we don't have Van de Ven. Nice. Anyway, Senior Duck, how has the crack been treating you since you've been away? Have you gotten up to much? Okay, so in we go now. Wish us some luck. We're being a bit experimental. We probably shouldn't play Aiden Heaven. Wait a minute, is Ilya back? Oh, he is back. Is he fit? Oh yeah, then sorry, Aiden, you're getting screwed. Sorry, Aiden, you're getting screwed. Oh, I hope things are going well with her. Congratulations for, again, I hike the respect for anyone that's willing to do that. Congratulations to you, Duck. I hope she's doing well. Giving support to the elderly is one of the best things you're going to end up doing. One of the most fulfilling things you do in your life. So congratulations. Okay. So we have to knuckle down the hatches and get ready. The game before the international break. Manchester United versus Tottenham Hotspurs. Crack Attack versus Thomas for... Holy crap, Newcastle are 3-0 up. Well, Eddie Howe has definitely got them back into their game, I'll tell you that. 0.66. Everton have more possession, but 3-0 up, so who cares? Interesting day of football today, I'll tell you that. And Juventus are 2-1 up versus Calgary as well. Athletic Club are 2-0 up versus Levante as well. And Dortmund are winning versus Leverkusen. Ooh, okay. Spice is continuing on. Yeah, free travel, although I pay for my own food. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. So what did you end up going for since you had to pay for it? Did you go for anything spicy? Okay. Go out there and enjoy yourselves. That actually helped them a bit. Good. Okay. I don't know if feeling relaxed is a good thing for them, but hey, hopefully it gives them in a good bit of mood. So, we're in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's going to be United versus Tottenham Hotspurs. Can we get a result out of this? We have had 2 wins and 1 draw in this series so far today since we've started. Let's hope that we continue the good form and end up getting a victory here. Nottingham Forest drew with Liverpool. Interesting. Good 10 minutes and absolutely nothing has happened, although we've controlled most of the possession. 2 corners, not a single shot yet. Lick Santos, thank you so much for the follow. Genuinely a pleasure. Lixtono, okay, that's better. Ooh. Oh, what a horrible attempt by Cunha. Ooh, Zar there to Donzo. Romero. It's of my opinion that Romero is actually one of the best defenders in the league at the moment, IRL. And maybe that's overshooting the pudding on him? I guess we'll find out this evening when we get Fulham versus Tottenham. Oh, off of the bar. Ilya, the Stellar. Licks, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin'? Pleasure to have you in. How is life treating you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going spicy? Pleasure to have you, my friend. 3 shots, 0 on target. We need to do better there. But hey, we're giving the pressure to Tottenham, which is what you want to end up seeing. Is your Saturday treating you well, my friend? I hope it is. Mine is treating me fantastically. If you want a bit of a news on what this stream typically is, just got home from the football. Not too bad. Which game did you end up going to, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, Sesko! Beautiful. Benjamin Sesko with the nice goal there. Which game did you end up going to? Because there's a lot of interesting games today. Or was it just a regular Sunday or Saturday weekend football or something like that? Newport versus Barrow. Ooh, interesting. The Craic is going to do a search on that one. Newport versus Barrow. Okay, let's search up Newport. And who were you supporting in that game? Newport. Ooh, okay. Oh, it ended as a draw. Oh, and you ended up losing it down in the 22nd. Yeah, I figured. In the 84th minute, the second goal ended up coming down. League 2. Newport are... Ooh, okay. So as a Newport fan, that must be good to end up getting the points, my friend. But unfortunate considering you're bottom of the table. But hopefully you'll continue to go on. Oh, I missed our goal. Oh, no, I didn't. Sesko scored. But it's a pleasure to have you in, my friend. How was the game? Was there a good atmosphere there? I know Newport are a big enough club. Like, you have a stadium that can fit like over 1,000 people, right? Or am I wrong on that? Thank you so much for doing that for me, by the way, Duck. You are a gent and a scholar. But Senior Benny, what is a crack-a-lackin'? It is a pleasure to have you in today. Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going spicy, my friend? Just appointed a Prem champ as manager, his first home game in charge. Really? Who's the manager? Christian Fuchs. I don't know him. Let me check him up. Christian... I don't know him off the top of my head. Austrian former footballer. He was part of the Leicester City Premier League winning squad. Okay. This is his first managerial job, though. He was at Charlotte FC and appointed the assistant coach. And then his first... Interesting. "39 years of age, so he's young, which means there's plenty of development to end up coming ahead with him. But that's interesting. Nice. Hey, if he ends up getting a nice AK, yeah, I knew it was big enough, yeah. Hey, hopefully he ends up developing for you and continues on. When you have a young manager like that, it's good to end up building things. And it's beautiful to end up seeing it. So happy out ye. Was there a good atmosphere in the club for him? Like, are ye happy to end up having a relative? Like, obviously, with him being a relative unknown former, Premier League winner and the whole lot. But like, are the fans concerned at all with the fact that he has relatively little managerial experience? And did the team look competent today? Obviously, having a segment where you went up into the lead twice in the game is a good showcase. I'm still sick, but on the mend. Well, I hope you get better, my friend. And of course, you come into the hottest zone known to man. Come and see the spiciness of the Craic in order to get you warm in the cuddly bits, in order to ensure that you end up sweating out all of that sickness. So it's completely understandable, Senior Benny, that you come for the Craic for some mending. We needed experience, to Frank. That's what we needed. We should have won today, though. Yeah. And I mean, hopefully, it'll end up working out and everything will end up coming on well. Like, the good thing about being in League 2 is there's still enough time for you to end up getting out of the relegation spots. Like, you are only 5 points out of getting to 19th. So, you know, it's definitely not end of the turn there. And as you know, it's funny in other situations. I don't support them, and I've no real lineage to them. But today we ended up seeing Middlesbrough get a win after out of the jaws of defeat, and I'm happy they did, because they got screwed with Rob Edwards, ended up leaving. So I want the Hanbury manager to do well there, the former Hanbury manager. Up, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin' with you? It's a pleasure to have you. Is all going good? Is all going grand? Is all going fantastic? And then we have one senior enter coming in as well. You're not going to get the very fancy written. You're not going to get the very fancy written AI splurb of what your stream is about, because it's been a wee bit too early since the last one with Benny Duck or Enter. But you are going to get a shout out and a nice image of your play. Please give both Benny and Enter a follow if you haven't done. Two fantastic streamers in their own rights, deserve more people to see their content. Brilliant individuals, fantastic culture, fantastic to get along with. Do give them a follow if you can. At some point, I'll spend the €9 a month on that Frosty Tools tip, because it actually is kind of useful. But all the same, going to Bortham Woods away in the Cup next week. Oh, that'll be interesting to end up seeing. Happy out. It's nice to have people that are fans of lower down the league teams, because it's interesting. Definitely up. Now, whether or not I'll be streaming all the way to Survivor Series is a different kettle of fish. I am still in the environment of thinking about heading out tonight beforehand, but I'm interested in that show. The most exciting thing about that show to me is Dominic Mysterio versus John Cena, but we'll see what ends up happening, and see who Brock Lesnar ends up killing for making him trip on Monday. Michael Flatley. I mean, to be honest, I actually don't mind Michael Flatley, so that's actually a fairly funny point to bring up, Enter. I'm doing well. The master of the dance. If I had the master of the dance's charisma, I would be so bloody happy. I'd be the top streamer in all of Twitch if I had Michael Flatley's charisma. I was at Merthyr Town not long ago. Good setup. Trying to complete the 92 is my goal so far. Done 24. Wow. Okay. Happy out. As it's Saturday night, can you give us a little Irish shake on stream? Enter.
Off is the direction you can fuck.
But I will do something for you, just to be nice, considering I have it back. I haven't a fucking clue if you've seen any of that, but hey. Enter, or up. If I done the worm, there'd be an earthquake that would cause a tsunami over the British Isles. Holy crap. David Goggins? Up, you vicious prick. That's up. It's meant to be Katie that ends up abusing me that bad. Oh, wait, I'm thinking of the wrong one. David Goggins is actually a good one. Oh, not too bad. God, if I looked like David Goggins, I'd be happy. I was thinking of a completely different person. Yeah, I actually do plan on adding it in as a bit and sub modifier later on when I end up figuring out how to do the daily things up in the bar there where the follow icon is. But that's Future Crack's problem. Same way as you do, Enter. You're making me feel you're making me go towards healthiness, my friend. I mean, you should beat Boredom, shouldn't you? Like, Boredom are an okay team, but they're not great at the moment. Like, where are they? Like, they're even below you, aren't they? Boredom are, yeah, they're National League. Yeah, so you should end up beating them, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But interesting. It's nice again to see that type of competitions. Is it at home though, Licks? Because obviously, both for them and for ye, it would be good to end up having more people there. By the way, I've asked this question before, and I think it's been answered to me. But there is a team in League Two at the moment with a stadium capacity of over 20,000, isn't there? I can't remember. There's one team that have shoveled down. Maybe it's MK Dons. Like, there's one team that's definitely shoveled down the English League that has a bonkersly large stadium for where they are. Yes, MK Dons is in Den. The stadium MK can hold 30,500 people. That is the one. That is the one. Yeah, astonishing. Considering you think if you were able to get it even half full, that the amount of money that would end up giving you in would end up helping you get towards, you know, greatness as well. Help you pay for the way that it's coming down. It's just because they have so much money. Well, then what are they doing? Is it just that they don't have any bloody ambition to end up getting people in? How are MK Doms still doing so bad? Got a Wagner's and Nando's next door too. God, they are fancy. Jeez, you'd have to bring people out there for a date. To be fair, that joke probably makes more sense for Wrexham up, but yeah. It's a fair joke. Milton Keynes. The Don's name doesn't belong to them anymore, and it never will. I mean, you can't really talk, Benny, considering MLS will always mean Miles Lewis-Skelly. It wasn't worth doing a long soliloquy in order to get to that joke. Plus, they tried to rob Wimbledon. Really? Oh, okay. I would like to see more teams actually like go up the ladder. It's why, even though I'm in the deep minority, I'd actually love to see Wrexham get into the bloody Premiership. My best friend is from Milton Keynes. Like, it is pronounced Milton Keynes, even though it's spelled so weird. Owner tried changing Wimbledon to MK Dons, but they did. Interesting. God up your B. God up your you. What bit you in the arse today? Oh my God. Are you doing, by the way, Enter, are you doing an SFL this evening? On your Saturday night? Are you doing a run of games for your EAFC 26 league? Yeah, the poor fool plays EAFC. I've been trying to get him to seek medical advice for years about it, but he just won't listen to me. Well, almost a year now, considering we've been talking to each other for 9 months. I'm doing a VFL and then maybe a little Pro Clubs draft later. Happy out. I'm moving Wimbledon to Dublin. Really? Huh. I mean, that'd be lovely for Ireland to have that type of event in there. But that's interesting that Dublin would even be considered. I don't know why. Haven't streamed in a while, so I better sort my crap out. I mean, if you ever feel like doing it, Enter, and you want a reason to end up streaming, give me a message. I'm happy to do co-streams with you of something like Fortnite or something else like that. I am always up for doing co-streams of some description, because why the hell not? You know, spread the love, enjoy the crack. It's the reason why I done it with Digital Owen, fantastic man in of himself. He's doing Clear Obscure Expedition 33 and 100%ing the game in the near future too. So if you want to watch someone that's actually competent playing games, you can do that. I'll do it, Benny. You just need to let me know when. I'm still waiting for you to let me know when we're doing peak. Besides, I need time. I need time to be ready for the ets. Oh God, I didn't even notice how fast I went through. I made no subs. Oh, man, just finding the time at the minute. Oh, lad, Don't worry about it. I'm just saying if you ever wanted that push to end up allowing you the help to do it, so you can do. So Wimbledon met a new club and they climbed from non-league to the EFL, and now Wimbledon and MK hate each other. Oh, okay. Where are we? So AFC Wimbledon. God, they're in League One. Okay. And they're ninth. Well, they're not a bad team. That's a gorgeous logo. Oh my God. Not only did they end up doing that, they got an absolutely gorgeous logo as well. So whoever spitefully brought in AFC Wimbledon into the world, the spiteful bastards went the right way around it. That is a gorgeous logo. Nathan Sharp, he's a former United Academy player, isn't he? Sam Hutchinson? Damn, they have some big players. Huh, interesting. Google Wimbledon AK Don's hatred and the meaning of it. I'll have to do that after the stream, to be honest. That's unbelievable. Hatred stems from a visceral sense of theft, a club torn from its roots, rebranded and relocated against their will. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Benny can probably tell us an awful lot about vile natures of American teams for exactly the same reason in baseball. That incredible sport that is America's favorite pastime. Also, by the way, we won against Spurs. Saying Millwall hurled in the championship is funny as they have -3 goal difference. I mean, honestly, yeah, but that's also a showcase that it doesn't matter that much. So long as you just get the wins and the points that you need to, that's all that bloody matters. Alanga finally got on to an assist sheet. Oh, I'm genuinely happy to see that player doing something at Newcastle. Because I don't like the way that sale ended up going into place. Nottingham Forest really didn't want to sell him, and he just hasn't gone off the book since joining Newcastle. And then there's been people already calling him a flop, and I hate that word with an absolute passion. I hate the word flop with an absolute passion. I think a player needs to be with a club 3 years or sold within the 3 years for the connotation of flop to be used. I don't think you can use it that quick. Like for us at United, Emmanuel Ugarte is now going into his third season. Second to third season. So you can almost turn around and say Emmanuel Ugarte is a flop now because he's been with us long enough in order to say it. But I think it's not fair to say it before that, if you get my point. Basically, the owners want to relocate the club and change the club so the fans made a new club. That's fair. I mean, both of them will become good players. It's just really, really funny. It's a matter of will they become good players before the manager is sacked? That's a different question. And it's also a matter of will Bennett Cogges own West Ham manage to get a victory out of them too, which definitely is a possibility. But it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. I still think there's a chance Ruben gets sacked before Slot does. But that's very interesting, Lex. I'm going to have to look at that. I was at the Newport versus Manchester United 2 seasons ago. What a game. Yeah, that's the game where you should have bet us, right? Nah. When you need a win, haven't in 10, who are you going to call the form busters? I mean, it's weird. Speaking of someone getting sacked, Marco Silva got sacked by Fulham in this game. It's weird because I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, nine losses in 12 is a massive hit. I think 10 and 13 is you just have to sack him. It is very funny watching the Liverpool fans that pull the piss out of Mark Goldbridge for being a toxic asshole becoming toxic assholes. It is very funny watching the hypocrisy come into play with some Liverpool fans. But I don't know. Like, Liverpool, it's unprecedented, and people will end up using the unfortunate situation of the summer and Diego Yada as a barrier for what's happening there. But it's interesting. We'll see what ends up happening. especially as they have easy running. I ain't afraid of West Ham. We pulled it back from 2-0 to 2-2 and ended up 4-2. Yeah, yeah. And that's a good thing when you're able to. That's one of the reasons why I love the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup, and why I kind of hate the idea that some managers have Pep Guardiola, that it doesn't matter and we shouldn't play a good team, Pep Guardiola, because, you know, it doesn't really matter that if we end up winning or losing it, Pep Guardiola. So we can just end up putting down the actual bench that we end up having, which, to be fair, is almost the first team in of itself, Pep Guardiola, and see what ends up happening. When Pep did it last year, he is the world's best coach and won 3 to 4 Premier League, so he had to be stuck by. Oh no, I wasn't on about him getting sacked. I was on about the fact that Pep Guardiola has a nasty tendency on the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup to turn around and say they're not important at all and I'll play the weak team because nobody cares about them. He's outright said those words multiple times about the domestic competitions, which is one of the reasons why they're. Brentford bet Arsenal? Interesting. Which is one of the reasons why the stock of the domestic cups have lowered down so much, is when you have legitimately a manager who has won 7 out of the past 5 Premier Leagues turn around saying that the domestic cups don't matter. Like, that diminishes the appeal of the domestic cups to an insane degree. And honestly, is something that the FA, obviously, FA should end up fining them over if they have the power to do, because it does belittle the bloody competition. Like, ultimately, I have been on stream turning around, and IRL turned around and said that there are teams that need to abandon the domestic cups in order to do well. Liverpool should have done it versus us that year. They had the chance to go and get the quadruple. They should have sacrificed the FA Cup to us and played a weak team to focus on the Premier League and the Champions League. It's what they should have done. They lost both the Premier League and the Champions League because they ended up losing to us. I'm heavily opinion that they had lost momentum as a result of that. I know it's not fair to put that on United because Liverpool obviously had their own ways about it. But I think if they had focused on the league and just sacrificed us and didn't let it actually come down to us beating them, I think it would have helped a hell of a lot more, if you get me. I will say this is one of the things I don't like about this change in this game too, to talk about the actual game for a minute. I like the way this is designed. This looks very pretty, having the Erling Haaland, having the Mbappe, showing it this way instead of the list that it had before. I don't like that the button on the side here that tells you your players that won it is gone. It is me being finicky as hell, but still. Really? Not a single United player in the world's 10? I call horse crap. They matter so much to the lower leagues due to how much money they receive from one cup run. Yes, Lix, you were 100% right, which is one of the reasons why I know there's been talks about reforming the draw process of the FA and the Carabao Cup to ensure that Premier League clubs and Championship clubs can't get matched with each other until at least round 4. I don't know how fair that is, because it does lessen the chance, in theory, of the lower down the division teams of getting a go. But like Newport getting to go to Old Trafford gets them so much money. And there's the other thing as well about it that some people have turned around and says, if you get a draw, so let's say Newport ended up getting United, there's a big discussion that was put into place that Newport can choose to give up the home tie, to give it to United, so that United can sell out I'm just using United as the example. So that United can sell out Old Trafford and then split the money more accordingly down the league for that. Now, the thing with that obviously ends up meaning that the home advantage is turned around, and that mightn't be fair for the clubs. But is the money worth more than the advantage? I'm not going to ask him, as much as I want to. I don't know if you got that question, Lix, but yeah, that was my big thing. No bother, Senior Duck. Sorry, I'm sneezing so much today. I'm so sorry. Basic English. Okay, we're getting there. Oh, no. Oh, he's one of our actual good players. That's a big loss. Could you imagine Liverpool getting Mbappe? Oh, it's only the second one, Licks. We've had issues with the game as we've been going through it, so we've just been going slow with it and enjoying it as it goes through. Now, one of the things with me is I'm quite a slow FM player because of the conversations I end up having with people and just going down, and I like reading all the bits to it. So it does go quite slow. This was the save that we ended up starting during the beta and continuing on with it. We probably should be on season 3, but we are only unfortunately on season 2 at the moment. But we're testing out formations for when we end up doing the from rags to addicts save, when I go from unemployed up to potentially the beating World Football. So we'll see when that ends up happening. But I go quite slow when I'm doing Football Manager. Like to end up reading things, like to enjoy it, and end up going that way. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but I enjoy it anyways. I'd say, like, most of the time there, I get maybe 2 matches done an hour if I'm lucky. But the crack is still 90. We all enjoy it anyway. We all have the conversations. Ooh, ironically, we have Middlesbrough next. I actually have to check Middlesbrough and see if it's still Rob Edwards that's there. I will say one of the things that's doing quite well for us as well is our youth is actually doing fairly well. Is it Rob Edwards? Yes, it's still Rob Edwards. Okay. I love how an intermediary is coming to me about that. An attempt to find a new club, as Brighton would like to get rid of him. Why? Well, I'm not paying 140 million for him anyway, but why do they want to get rid of him? In January, we might put in a cheeky bid, but there's no way they're accepting it. Well, I said that about Evan Ferguson too when we got him for 35, but... I love how one game was enough for Rasmus to shut the fuck up. You'd think you'd want to get a number of games before you end up whinging, before you end up being happy about the amount of time you end up playing. Middlesbrough Premier League on a Friday night, and then Monaco in the Champions League. That's hilarious. I have never been able to get United's stadium anywhere as good without building a new one. They just won't do the edits to it. I'm currently in my second season with Everton, just finished 6th in my first, and now just started this season. Not too bad. Who did you end up signing? Like, Everton is an interesting club too, because I genuinely think even though they probably can't afford him, oh, we're scouting the crap out of you. Why are we being linked to you? There's interest. Okay. IRL, even though the cat probably can't afford his wage, it probably would be good for them to sign Grealish. Lots of players to be on rank. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to when you end up going into it. That's one of the unfortunate things with Football Manager. I mean, it's the way you end up playing it. You can end up doing it. It's the same thing with FIFA, where you end up practically signing 12 to 15 players. Oftentimes not realistic. I know Sunderland are an example of a club that did it after signing 5 players this or not 5, 10 players this summer. But it's normally not the way that it ends up going, and it's interesting when it does. Who would be your favourite signing so far, Lux? For me, out of this save, it definitely is Angelo Stellar, which is why that 9-week injury is kind of annoying. Oh, it's Middlesbrough. Might as well give him the go. Okay. So, Ahmad does need a rest in this game. Bandito is an option. Mazraoui technically is an option, even though we have a bench for him being incredibly annoying. We could do Willems. We could do Fletcher. It's a shame Shabazz has already played, because I'd love to give Shabazz a go. Although Ellington can play there. Oh, well, not really. Yeah, not really, unfortunately. Wait, Shabazz hasn't played. Oh, but he's tired, so no, we won't be giving Shabazz a go. Jaden is tired as well. Saxton put on the bench. Koulibaly. Ahmad needs a rest, so as much as I don't really want to play him, we also want to sell him in January for being a cantankerous tit, so we'll play him as Mazraoui. And we'll play Rashford instead of Doggo. We'll go and we'll give Gibson a game, which might be a bit dangerous because we're weak there. And we'll swap Ilya with Yoro and Gadu for Ilya. Well, actually, we mightn't do that yet. Give us 1 second. Yeah, because we'll give Aiden Heaven a game. Which means we'll go with Delict instead of Kwambala in the middle. So we'll go Gadu, Delict, Heaven, Lemens, Gibson, Fernandez, Mazraoui, Rashford, Matthias Cunha, Ferguson, and Sesko. I think that's the squad we'll go with. Signed Liam Delap on loan from Chelsea. How did he perform for you? Liam Delap is an interesting kettle of fish in this particular version of Football Manager because his stats are they're not bad, but they're not great either. So I'm interested how he done for him. Eric Martel from Cohen, Reed from PSV, Carlos Alvarez from Levante, and Basuma from Spurs. Was the Basuma from Spurs a permanent signing? Because that's a big poke to end up getting if it's a permanent one. If you can get him, Denzel Dumfries is a fantastic signing to end up getting because he can literally play all over the goddamn pitch. Okay. So, the one player who we have risk here, and if he performs particularly bad, we sub off straight away is Mazraoui. We don't really have someone that we want to replace him with, but we'll sub him off straight away if things go really bad, because we move Cunha over there and then put on someone else. Oh, okay. Interesting. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 12.5 million for Basuma in the first window. Wow, he must have pissed off Thomas Frank something fierce. I'd say he has to be worth almost triple that now for ye. He has to be worth almost 60 million for ye if he played anyway as good, because he's not a bad player, Basuma. Oh my God, Newcastle are 4-0 up. Having Mark Thaw score twice means that their defenders are doing a lot of crap. Also, Lewis Millie is one hell of a player. One hell of a player. I love Thaw. I don't know why AC Milan sold him, if I'm honest. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see who Newcastle try to get as the replacement for Dan Burn when he gets older as well. Because, like, Sakar is too old. He's not really going to be the replacement for it, although it's the only defender on the bench, which is an interesting choice. Alex Murphy. Oh, okay. Okay, that's not a bad choice. Botman's out injured. Weza. Has Weza played a single minute for Newcastle yet? I don't think he has he? Currently drawing 1-1 to a random Cyprus team in the Europa League. I'm fuming. Well, that's the big annoying thing here. It's unlike other games where ultra attacking ends up allowing you to end up like properly going out there and forcing yourself to it. If you just cannot score a goal, there's very little you can do in this game, I find, to tweak enough for the goal to end up coming true. If a Hands of Midas moment happens with the alternative goalkeeper, you are just 10 shades of screwed. I find, anyway. But we'll see here. Can we get a goal straight away to start things off good? Nope. Says go offside. Oh, they're playing almost the same formation as us. Bruno Fernandes taking the corner now. Up we go. Ferguson. Nothing there. Cunha now running with the ball. Nice work there. Over to the side. Penalty. Okay. Okay. Who needs the penalty? Ironically, it is Ferguson. I don't really want to give it to Ferguson, but it is Ferguson. Ferguson needs the penalty. So we'll go and we'll give Ferguson the penalty. He needs it. Sadly, Ferguson needs it. So hopefully he won't miss it now, but he needs the penalty. Ferguson, he's not doing bad, but he needs a bit more of a push towards actually getting onto the scoring metrics. Hopefully this will help him do it. Come on, Ferguson. Come on, Evan. You useless sack of crap. Oh, you have been bonkersly disappointing since we've signed you. Kind of like IRL, to be honest. That is unbelievable, Ferguson. Mazraoui, nice Jimmy off a pass. And Ferguson just lets the ball through him badly. Marcus Rashford to Bruno. Bruno! What a goal by Bruno Fernandes. Unbelievable. 3 minutes after the penalty, comes back in and scores a howler of a shot. From just inside the penalty box there, through the ways, nothing Leno can do about it. Fantastic goal for us. Ooh, Everton scored a goal back. Barry's up scoring for Everton. It's far too late for Everton to make... Well, yeah, I say that. You would think it's far too late for Everton to make a comeback in this particular game. But hey, every goal matters. Gibson doing okay now in this defensive work here. Godot over to Mazraoui. And Mazraoui almost gets the goal there. An actual nice shot by Mazraoui. At the moment, we're playing him in DM. I typically play him in cam, but with my positioning, my cam ends up going out on the wing as well. And with Stellar out, himself and Gibson are there. I could put Manu on with him, but it does appear to be working okay. He's doing well in this particular version of it, but to be fair, it's more of a ball playing DM, so he's far more up the pitch here than down the pitch here due to the way that he's playing. So he is far more offensively capable than Gibson, which is why it's slightly, adverse to have Gibson as our potential option there. In FM, Bruno plays wonderfully in the DM position, like unbelievably good in the DM position. Because the way I end up playing with my cam, typically Bruno needs to be able to play out on the wing here as well, and he's not a winger, so it doesn't end up working that well. He is at the moment, sadly, Licks. He got himself an injury and isn't playing yet. However, funnily enough, since I started this save, both Cunha and Mbeumo have been very disappointing. Very disappointing. Neither of the two of them have been good. And the bench Mazraoui scores a goal. That's hilarious. He might actually get himself back into the squad. So we benched Mazraoui because he was whinging absolutely every time someone had a hissy fit. He was the main instigator of unrest in the squad, so I just benched him down to the under 21s. So he might actually get some games again. Godot to Mazraoui to Gibson. Gibson to Ferguson to Cunha. Godot to Ferguson up to Bruno. Rashford. What passing work, by the way. Unbelievable. Got Birmingham now. Should hammer them. What did the score end up finishing? Oh, it finished 1-1 to the Cyprus team. Joys to a Cyprus team. Still 23 shots and not able to score them is a horrible thing. I do find it incredibly hard to get the shots on target to work in some cases. The most I've ever had is I had a game with 40 shots and 2 on target. God, Sesko, that should have been a goal. C. Bertan. Okay, we have 4. They haven't had a single shot. Unbelievable. We are destroying them. Destroying them in this game. Rashford. 85%. Oh my God. 45 minutes into this. 84% possession. 8 corners. 2.6 XG. This is a annihilation. And of course, Ferguson is performing shite. Of course he is, but to be honest, 6.2 after missing the penalty anyway, so he does have to come off. But wow, like this performance is unbelievable. And yet only 2 goals scored. So Ferguson does need to come off now. We have the choice between Francisco Cramarda or Obi. I think we have to give Obi the go. And I actually think we're going to do both. So I actually think we're going to take Sesko off as well. Godot is having the game of his life. Heaven's not performing bad. So this will be what we end up going with. But I'll continue it just in 1 minute. I'm going to go for a really quick loo break. So just bear with me, my friends. Yay. Well, salutations, everyone. I have returned. And I'm dying a small and careful death, but screw it. We'll continue on for the crackdown and see how everything is going. Okay, so let's get into the second half with those two changes put into place, and we'll see how everything ends up going. Was that, if you're still here, Alex, was that a game where you had 5 of your 23 shots on target in 26? As in 26, the worst I've had was 13 shots and 1 on target. Let's see if we continue with this, by the way. But let's see how all ends up going now. Can we keep the luck up? Yeah, not too bad. Set pieces are king in this game, by the way, as well. If you can get your set pieces set up properly, you can end up doing them. Obviously, I'm not, because I've had 8 corners and no goals from them. Like, one of the things you should always try and do is get one of your defenders to be over 6'3". That's not bad. 26 shots and 12 on target is actually fairly, good on the average point of view. Aid in heaven, my lord, what a pass. Oh my God, man. I know you're only on a 6.8, but my God, what a pass. Okay, we're going to need to make more subs, so. Delict is on a yellow card, so we'll swap Delict for Kwambwala. And screw it, we're 2-0 up, so we'll give Saxton a game. So Saxton for Heaven. And let's see how we do. It's annoying when that ends up happening when you're having plenty of shots and the goals just don't come. 2-2 when you have 26 shots and 12 on target is infuriating. Like here, having 20 and 12 is infuriating in of itself, and only being 2-0 up, because 2-0 is the most dangerous score in all of football. And even though we have 80% possession, they haven't a single XG. I have to remember that.
Shut up. Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
Gibson, taken down a wee bit too early. Not going in for a penalty anyway, that. So free kick, Bruno. Hey, as we've seen in this game alone, I was bloody destroying the team that I ended up drawing with, and they scored their 90th and 92nd goal. Like, it happens annoyingly. It's just the world of football. I can't remember which game it was, but search it up after this. There's genuinely a chance we're going to finish this game with 80% possession, them having 0 shots and 0 on target, and an XG of over 4%. With the way this is going. Oh yeah, they have Lewis Smith. Brentford's Lewis Smith, which is interesting. Oh, and Marcus Rashford with a header from a Bruno Fernandes free kick. Beautiful. And if it wasn't Rashford that was going to get it, Kamara was just there as well. Since he came back, Rashford's been doing phenomenally well for us, to be honest. Will we be keeping him because he's 20-9? We'll see. But he's doing really well for us at the moment. Like, the fact that Leno has an 8.3 in this game tells you he had a hands of Midas performance. Gibson off for Manu. He's done a fantastic game today. 2-2. Yeah, that's the problem with hubris. It can end up happening as well on a game like that where you should end up getting a win, where things just end up going wrong, unfortunately. My team needs to learn to score more. It is an unfortunate problem to end up getting in. That's kind of the reason why I changed having the 2 attackers up front, because I found myself in a situation where we just weren't scoring enough goals. So we put the 2 attackers up front in order to help. Now, it didn't help that today all 4 of my attackers were crap. All 4 of my attackers were crap. But still, like, look at this. Like, 28 shots, 15 on target, 3.28 XG, 10 corners, 76% possession. We Absolutely clomped them. Clomped them. We destroyed them in this game. Although funny that that's their average rating. Like, Leno ended up getting an 8.4 for them. Like, I think Leno's the best player on the pitch. No, Bruno. Okay, weird. Imagine if you lose 3-0 and the man of the match is the goalkeeper the other side. I have had that happen to me, where I ended up winning a game. 5-0, where every single goal scorer was a different goal scorer, but the goalkeeper got a 9.2 because he's just made worldly saves and was the best player on the other side's pitch, you know? Anyway, Quack, it's a pleasure to have you back. How is the evening treating you, my friend? Are you happy about the fact that Newcastle are walloping Everton 10 shades to crap in a 4-1 result at the moment? Tyler Dibbling just coming on. I rigged a friendly as Unite. What? I rigged a friendly as Unite Dunce. I don't know what that means, Duck, but congratulations to you, I suppose. I play with a 4-2-1-3 with 3 strikers up front. That's a very, very difficult formation to do because typically they end up slicing through the center of your midfield. Oh shit, now I remember why we ended up benching him as well. We didn't want to pay that 1 million. Whatever. Forgot about that. He played good, so it was worth it. Okay, so we don't want to look at the Champions League. We want to look at the Premier League for a second. So Premier League. We are third in the Premier League at the moment. Chelsea have drawn 1. Man City have lost 3 since then. So we're still very much in a Champions run, which is fantastic, as everyone around us is capitulating as much as we did. So that's brilliant. And yeah, we ended up having the draw earlier on in this stream versus Brighton, a draw that shouldn't have ended up happening. And De Gea was the man of the match despite losing like 49-1. Interesting. Yeah, it's funny when the opponent's goalkeeper ends up getting a phenomenal performance. It makes you feel like crap in a way, but it makes you feel awesome as well. Yeah, okay. Anyways, so we're continuing to perform well there. He has been improving quite a bit since he's joined us and has been arguably one of our best signings. But we're going to continue on now. Bologna are in the Europa League. I always forget which one Bologna is down as. Bologna is Atalanta, right? Or am I wrong on that? Which one is Bologna again? Let me check it up. Bolonga. Italy, Bologna, Lewis Ferguson. No. Oh, it's an actual team called Bologna. Okay, fair enough. Because I know some of the teams are named differently, like Napoli aren't Napoli in this. It's just in Football Manager there are certain teams that are changed differently. Like I believe both the Milans are wrong in this game. Like if I go Inter won't come up. Yeah, like you have to go Blunieri. Yeah, Blunieri for Inter Milan. So there's a number of these Italy teams that are just wrong. Like Napoli are that one. Bologna are the actual team. That's Palermo is Napoli. Yeah, AC Milan is Katowice. Sexy, my friend. What's a crack-a-lackin'? Pleasure to have you in. You have the wonderful distinction of chatting so recently because it ends up recognizing you from the other save that you aren't being. I didn't get the notification that you ended up coming in new from last night. Ooh, Bournemouth losing 5 in a row. Oh God, I'm gonna go bright red. Even my eyes are. There's something in this room that's making my allergies go bonkers because my eyes are about to go red and my nose is sneezing beyond belief. But hey, the crack will continue onwards and forthwith. Yeah. I actually prefer Kazvitz in as opposed to Blue Neri. I don't know why they're called those teams. Like Blue Neri is obviously the blue version of, because like they are basically the Blue Milan team, but I don't know why they're called those two teams. I know that the reason why they're called them is because Football Manager doesn't have the licensing for the actual club, so I understand that aspect of it. I just don't know why they chose those names. Chris Gibson, genuinely an unbelievable player. He should turn into something amazing in the near future. But how are you doing today anyway, Senior Sexy? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going spicy with you today, my friend? I hope life is treating you as good as you deserve it to be, you gent and scholar. And then the best striker in the game, Denzel Dumfries. Like, genuinely, his stats for striking are unbelievable if you could train him to be a striker. I've been alright, but I did miss the Fortnite live event. There was a Fortnite live event? Interesting. Like, I heard a rumor that the next Fortnite map was meant to be K-pop Demon Hunters. But I didn't end up watching it, so I have no idea what it is about. I do plan on doing a couple more Fortnite streams if I can figure out my internet issues and actually get to connect to the servers correctly. So I'm not having the issues that I had when I was doing Space Marines 2 and stuff like that, so I can actually enjoy it. And if I can get that done, I will do more Fortnite and stuff of that description. So we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, well, do you know what ended up happening at it, Sexy? And if you don't, that's fair as well. Tillemans, interesting. Yuri Tillemans. Do you think there's a chance tonight Fulham end up coming out with a victory versus Tottenham? Do you play much Fortnite yourself, Sexy? I'm not big into those type of games, but it is something I plan on doing more in the future. Just because of the story of Fortnite more than anything else is one of the reasons why I like the idea of giving that game a go. The fact that PlayerUnknown was just being an ass and Epic Games just turned around and says, we have a game here, let's just add a Battle Royale mode into it in order to piss off PlayerUnknown is hilariously petty. Okay. So, we're going to change our squad slightly here. We're going to go Evan Ferguson and Rasmus Højlund up front. Oh crap, did this again. Okay, Mazraoui isn't touching the goddamn pitch, especially since Mbeumo is back now. So we put Mbeumo on the side there as opposed to Ahmad. We'll give Ahmad another day of rest. I only played one Fortnite game since December 2023. Fair enough. Which is the Peter Griffin season. I mean, fair. That's a very interesting idea to put into the game, to be honest. Really? You're not letting me change it? Okay. Oh, excuse me, sorry. God, being destroyed here. Okay, so 10 needs to be replaced. And I also searched up the reason for AC Milan being called Kravitz. It's an Italian word for screwdriver, which symbolizes their working class roots. Oh, that's very interesting. That's actually kind of awesome when you think about it. That's a really, really cool, cool change, to be honest. That's really, really cool. That's an astonishingly interesting addition. Oh, that kind of warms me a bit hearing that reasoning about it. That's unbelievable. I don't know the story of AC Milan at all, so that could be horseshit that they are actually a working class organization. But that is cool that that's the reason they ended up picking it. Pioneri is just a nickname meaning blue and black. Well, that's what I figured, yeah, because noir or near is basically black in Italian as well. So yeah. Oh Christ! Sorry. I'd love to give Obi time, but we can't yet. And Manu. Do we give Gibson the game? Oh, Gibson isn't available. Okay, fair enough. So, Ahmad for Gibson. And then we'll put... Screw it. Casemiro, you're getting the game. Casemiro and Bruno. Matthias up there. Mbuemo there. Hoyland, Ferguson, Dagu. Okay. And swap these two. It's a shame Hardley isn't available. But... AS Monaco, this is actually a potentially fairly big game. So wish us some luck as we go into it. The Craic could be 90 on this particular game here. Hopefully we continue the good run of form that we've ended up having. We have a couple of players here that haven't been getting many game time lately, so there's a chance that it ends up going bad for them. But hopefully all will be better and we will continue on in good form next. So cross your fingers and your toes first as she loads. So as things stand, just for yourselves too, guys, I am going to try, no promise that this will work, I'm going to try and be live with Football Manager again tomorrow for the Crystal Palace Manchester United game. Considering it seems to be running good for me now and the issues that we ended up having seem to have been resolved on themselves, I'm going to try and be live for that game. So if you have any interest in listening to the Craic while I have that in the background, I don't know if I'll play that game in the background like some of the times I've ended up doing it because I've had technical issues with the streams that I've been watching it off of. But I'll be watching that game and we can end up having my reactions to how crap or how good United are doing whilst playing the actual game itself. But if all goes well, I'll end up doing that. So feel free to end up tuning in to that element as well. A player that I normally end up picking in my saves, actually, I picked him in a number of my saves, is Vanderson. He doesn't look as good of a player in this game as he has done in other games. Like Vanderson still looks grand at 25 years of age, looks like there's growth in him, but his potential isn't as good as it has been in other variants of the FM games. Dennis Zakaria, too, a very interesting player at one point in time, like most players in the world, linked to United as being a particular example for us, specifically in the season where we went and got Casemiro. I like Dennis Zakaria. I don't think he's as good as some people end up saying that he is. I wonder, too, when it comes down to the team tomorrow. Oh, Ferguson. Oh, that's unfortunate. What will he end up doing? Because if Lissandro Martinez is fit, and he was saying that he'll probably be on the bench, Will he move Shaw to the wing if we have the coverage? Because I would probably end up putting Adrian Heaven in the back and swapping Adrian Heaven with Lisandro Martinez at halftime or 60 minutes in, and put Shaw over to the wing, with Dogu not performing great on the wing and Delo not doing a great job over there as well. It's a shame we're not getting the dominant performance today that we did in the last game. God damn it, what was that? Oh, Mbeumo! I don't know why you went so wide, Mbeumo. Ooh, Hoyland almost scored there. Oh, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Oh, if we concede now, what a concession that would have been. By the way, do we have our set pieces set up? Yeah. Yeah, these are the, I believe these are the set pieces that I'd set up. I'll have to go and check it again because I have it written down on a notepad somewhere. I think these are the set pieces I'd set up. I haven't scored anything off of them, which is annoying, but we'll see what ends up happening in the future, I suppose. Anyway, for now, let's knuckle down and hope that things go well. Mbeumo to Bruno. Bruno, you used to sack of crap, but Casemiro doing well now. To Dogu. Kaza. Dogu again, just subtle passes in order to give a wee bit of momentum to us. Kwambwala. Rasmus. Mbeumo. Cunha. You dangerous twits. You dangerous twits. You did not need to do that pass in Mbeumo. You could have been greedy. It worked. But you should have been greedy there and just ran with the goddamn ball. You had the space. Or at least put it a wee bit forward. Rotherham are now 9 games unbeaten in League One. Not like IRL. Sexy or in your save. Rotherham United. In real life. Fair enough. Although your last 3 games have been draws. You have Salford City next. Ooh. I find Salford City an interesting case because it's the worst known secret in all of world football. Oh god damn, we gave away a penalty. It's the worst known secret in all of world football that the class of 96, I think. Is that what it is? No, it's not the class of 96. Is it 92? No, yeah, it's the class of 92. The class of 92 want to sell the club. It's the worst kept secret in all of football that Gary Neville, Paul Scholes, Ryan Giggs, and a lot of them want to sell the club because their main financial backer has pulled out. So it's interesting that Salford is the team that you have next, because they could be really destabilized, and it could give you quite a good chance to end up getting a victory off them, even though they're 7th in the league and like won their last game. It could end up giving you an interesting chance against them. It would put you above them too, to be fair, if you end up getting the win. We've already beaten them this season in the Carabao Cup, so I'm hopeful we get a win. I mean, that's all you can end up being, is hopeful, and hope that it ends up coming down. But it is an interesting set of circumstances with them. We could go on to win the EFL trophy a second time. I mean, rein it in a bit there, big lad. Hopes and dreams. It's beautiful when a lower down the division team can end up getting a goal like that, or getting that as the ultimate goal for what's happening. But rein it in a bit. You have big clubs to end up dealing with in order to do that. But it'd be cool. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, like, it's not the easiest thing in the world. But did you face in that year of 2022 to 23? Who was the big teams you faced? Like, did you face anyone particularly big in that? Because like the Papa John's Trophy is an interesting trophy, but like it's not. The clubs in it are like, you know. I don't even know what the criteria is in order to get into the Papa John's Trophy. But yeah, no, it'd be nice to end up having that. It's nice to end up having those extra things. God, they're going to score here, aren't they? Oh, nice by Simons. Yeah. Like, when it comes down to the more domestic cups that have the bigger clubs in it, back to that original point that was happening there, I'll ask you about it, Sexy, and let me know what you end up thinking. I was mentioning that in the domestic cups, and bloody Licks was mentioning it as well, that it's beautiful for the big clubs that are down the line, but there was talks of them changing the rulings of the domestic cups so that the big clubs can't end up facing off against each other in round 3, and the first time they can face off against each other is in round 4. And on top of that, stating that if a lower down the division team gets the likes of a Manchester United, they can choose to give up the home tie to host it in Old Trafford and get a more substantial accreditation of the amount of money that ends up being made by the game, which is very interesting to me. I don't know, because obviously that would end up ruining the home field advantage if you ended up doing that, but I don't see big problems with it. Be in the EFL or be an under-21 team of the Prem. I wonder how they decide which 4 Prem 21 sides aren't in it, however. Maybe linked to the performance in the under-21 league. I don't have a clue. I genuinely don't have a clue. I've never checked. I'm sure FM probably has it written in the rules somewhere in the FM situation, because Papa John's Cup is in this. But I've never bothered to look at the rulings of how it ends up working. Mbeumo to Obi. Mbeumo! What a shot by Brian Mbeumo. Oh, beautiful. That is a picture perfect shot. Oh, that's chef kiss. That's a shot that makes you feel like this. I think that's one of my favorite wrestling entrances of all time, by the way, the Batista entrance with all that pyro. It is what made me a pyro fan. I would say pyromaniac, but I don't like shit on fire. Like, I'd love to go to a proper WWE event where there's pyro. There was some in Paris, which was beautiful, but there wasn't a lot. Love to go to a WrestleMania where you see all of the bloody pyro up in the sky. Like WrestleMania Las Vegas, if the tickets weren't so extortionately expensive, I'd like to consider it. Manu. Down to Rashford. Oh, he didn't do the turn right, Rashford. Bruno to Shaw. To Rashford to Shaw. Shaw. Oh, Rashford not. Oh my God! What a piece of defensive malfeasance here. Watch this. The defense, Vanderson kicks it back directly into Cunha. Vanderson effectively assisted Cunha. Now, to be fair, wasn't a great save by Herdritsky either, but Vanderson effectively gave an assist to Cunha. And ironic, I was saying earlier on in the stream that Cunha and Mbeumo have been really bad for me since I started this save, but all of them have scored in this one. In the cup run, we beat Port Vale, Crewe, Alexandria, Cambridge, Hartlepool, and then Sutton in the final. Well, happy out. That's fair. I wonder how much finances you'd end up getting for the Papa John's Cup, but it's nice to just end up doing it. Like, it is, the finals of the Papa John's Cup is held in Wembley, right? Or am I wrong on that? I know it's a lower down the league cup, and it doesn't actually matter that much, but still, it's beautiful to get the chance to go to Wembley and showcase yourself off that way. Did you go to Wembley when they got into it, Sexy? See, I can't even comment about a Wembley because I've never even been to I've never even been to any of the big. Holy crap! Oh my god! Oh wow! Sorry, give me a second to get my breath back. Of watching whatever the fuck this is. Holy crap! Because I've never been to the Aviva or Crow Park here in Ireland. Jesus, how I know Morecambe or where? Enterprise. Like I know they're the National Enterprise League, but Christ of Almighty, guys, 41 shots, 20 on target. Holy crap! I wasn't into football when Rotherham won the Papa John's Trophy. Only got into it in 23-24. My house was never a football household. Well, fair enough. Hopefully you end up getting there again just to be able to enjoy Wembley. Good result for us there. So we're continuing on with good. Okay. 66 million. You're not great, my friend. You are not even in the top possession quotas for anything there. So yeah, we'll probably be ignoring you. No bother, sexy. Don't worry about it whatsoever. There's no obligation to stay within the chat. If you feel like you want to end up chatting or you have the time to end up doing so, please feel free to do so. If you need to end up going, please do as well. We have the lurk command there if you want to end up doing that as well, just for your own satisfaction or just in the future so you don't need to say it. But never feel any worry about doing that. It's 100% lurk friendly, this chat. I never feel bad about anyone ended up doing anything like that. Everything of life comes first before everything that ends up coming here. So enjoy yourself, my friend, and keep an eye on yourself until you if you do end up coming back. Now, something I wanted to check and I can't remember what it was. And it is important. Well, it's not massively important, but it is important. I will ignore it for now. Oh, I suppose I should ask. Audio is okay in the whole lot, right? I think it is. Anyways. Following the 1-0 West Ham defeat at Brighton, Nuno's side is currently 13th. Do you have a chance? I'm not going to worry about that. How important is the team spirit? We're doing well. No, we win together, we lose together. Of course, you can handle scrutiny. Tough fixtures. The team is always quality. Evan Ferguson's training methods. I won't change anything at all. Ferguson is at risk of being dropped, so he'd want to be careful about how much he fucking talks. Like 4 starts, 7 in the bench there. 3 goals, 1 assist. Like in terms of stats, he's not doing bad, but like that isn't good for a striker and us. A 3.4 xG, 4 xG in total with 3 goals isn't particularly good in comparison to the people that are around him. Like Francisco has had 5. Now it's not fair; he's been brought on sub, but like he's had 2 goals and 1 and 2 appearances in the Champions League. Obi has 1 and 1 and 5. And Sesko, who's our main striker, has been what he is Premier League 6. God, maybe I'm being too mean on Evan. Victor is 1 and 1. And Rasmus is okay. I'm being too hard on Evan. Fair enough. He's actually performing better than I thought. I'm being too hard on Evan. I have to apologize. It's amazing how you think your players are doing better than they actually are. I could have sworn, where are all my goals coming from? So, how the hell is Sesko's goal scoring so low? I don't believe Sesko's goals are that low, because I could have sworn he scored a hat-trick at one point. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Mount's form deserves England call-up. I mean, Carlos Ancelotti is the England manager? That's a choice. Interesting. Okay, Aiden does need to end up getting a shout out because he's one of the players that needs to actually develop. Because he's at risk of not developing enough for us to warrant keeping him. No, I actually said the wrong thing. I didn't want to talk about the game. I wanted to talk about his training. Because he wasn't bad in the game, so that's me being mean to him. Yeah, good. The loans are getting time, which is something nice. A problem I have a lot in this game. Let's look at Gardner, actually. Now that he ended up coming up there. G-A-R-D. No, okay. So James Garner, okay. 25 years of age, fairly okay stats-wise. He's on 100,000 quid. Probably not worth us going for because of the people we have in comparison with him, even though he enjoys big games. Yeah, unfortunately, he's not worth bringing back. He's not like Willie, who actually has a good bit of potential, so probably ignore him for now. Now, who do we set up for this game here? An awful lot of these books are back. We could give Leon a go again. No. Where are West Ham? 13th. So we don't want to go too weak against them. We have to be careful. We don't want to. We're playing good, but we don't want to overload ourselves. We don't want to go too. We don't want to be too ballsy now. We want to end up making sure that we actually have a strong base when we go into these matches now. Crap baskets. So I think we give Francesco a start, and we pair Francesco with Evan Ferguson. Konya, we give no, and Mbeumo is still not 100% fit. So we'll put Ahmad on the side there, and we'll bring Mount with us instead. We'll put Mount on for Matthias. We'll continue with Dogu. We'll take Hoyland off and bring Rashford with us. Put Rashford on over there, so go like that. Swap Casemiro with Kobe. Swap Godu with Euro. Kwambala with Delict. And I think we give Saxon the game. Because we can afford to give a wee bit of youth development in it. I know it doesn't build proper unity between the squad, but I think we can afford to give the youth the game. So we watch Saxon. If Saxon starts to perform bad, we make the sub straight away for Ilya. But the defensive excellence should be grand there. Manu is a bit of a concern because Manu's normally where Bruno is, more offensively based. So hopefully he can end up building the defense down there. And hopefully the two of these in attack will be grand. But we do have Sesko there to come on and end up improving us should we need to. So I think we go with this. So, Senny Lemons in goal. with Lenny Oro on the right, Matthias de Ligt in the middle, and Saxon on the left-hand side of the defense. Kobe Manu in the hold-up position of the defense, with Bruno Fernandes in the box-to-box midfield position of the midfield. Ahmad on the right wing position, Rashford on the left wing position, Mason Mount in the attacking position, Evan Ferguson in the defensive forward position, winging position, and then our centre forward is Francisco Cramrada. So, wish us a bit of luck as we go into this. We might need it, but we should be grand. We might need it, but we shouldn't need it, and we should end up getting good out of this. So, cross your fingers and your toes for us and hope that it ends up going well. 10 minutes before the start of Tottenham Hotspurs versus Fulham ends up starting. Squad has been announced for all of them. Danzo is in defense with Van de Ven, which is an interesting choice. Poirot and Uge there as your defensive positions. Gray, I love Archie Gray. I think he's a phenomenal player. Archie Gray and Lucas Bargwell are fantastic. And having Polania there in order to hold the two of them up is absolute excellence. Kolo Manuani is a very good striker, but genuinely I am of the opinion that you should put Richarlison there or Matthias Tell. I think they're wasting Matthias Tell. Genuinely, I think they're wasting Matthias Tell. I think this is the elements of his years where he needs to be on the pitch actually doing stuff. Himself and Wilson Obert, I think both of them should be there. Ironically, I would end up going with, instead of Kolo Muani up front, I would go Matthias Tell and Wilson Obert on the sides there. So I would drop both Kolo Muani and Richarlison, but both of them are playing good at the moment. So it's a choice that's hard to end up making. It's interesting that Sa isn't on the pitch and that Bentancur is not on the pitch either. And of course, the actual big shock when it comes down to them is no Xavi Simons. Sorry, give us 1 second. Okay, anyways. Wish us some luck. Let's go into this game. We should be grand. We are in the London Stadium, but still, we go into this now. We show ourselves up to be great. We show ourselves up for a bit of fire, and we see how all ends up going as we hit the Knights with Avicii against a very game West Ham side. Let's hope they don't do what they've done the last few times that we have ended up facing West Ham, and they don't completely batter our squad's 10 shades to crap. The last time we faced West Ham, they injured 2 of my goalkeepers and 2 of my defenders. I needed to put Casemiro in goal. We don't have Casemiro on the bench this time, so we don't have him to put into goal. So we'll see if we end up getting a fair game against them, or are they going to be as abusively hard as they were the last time. Now, it would help if we didn't have Rashford easily losing the ball, but Rashford now passing over there to Mount. Rashford again, going for the run. Is Tella going to stop him again? Yeah. Well, Tella didn't really stop him. Rashford just didn't run after the ball. So already Rashford is a concern in this game. He's failed twice and let the ball go to Tella, who's going to score. Crap baskets. Crap baskets, crap baskets, crap baskets. I can tell Tella's going to be a problem with Rashford on that side. What a horrible goal to concede, too. And we're not getting into this game brilliantly yet. Okay. Oh, it's them. Crap. Walker Peters down there. Ahmad got the ball off them. Evan Ferguson there. Over. Ahmad just stopping it beforehand. Ferguson, Camrata, and Rashford scores. Beautiful control from Francisco Camrata, passing it straight to Rashford, who rockets it into the back of the side netting into the goal there. Beautiful work, Manu, to keep the ball in play. Evan Ferguson with a brilliant crossover and a brilliant control there from Camrata, straight into the foot of Rashford, who passes it straight past Hermansen. So 1-1 again, back on equal petting. Can we continue on now? West Ham have been the better team so far, but let's see how we're doing. Ooh, Bruno getting a card now. That's concerning. Okay, Delict to Euro. Delict. Are they worried about Saxon? Because they're not passing it to him. I wonder, would the game have that attribute where they haven't played enough with someone that they're worried about it? Because they're completely ignoring Saxon. Evan to Ahmad. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ahmad! We could have gotten our tap in there the same way they did. Saxon to Bruno. And Bruno taken down. Okay. Free kick for us and no showcase of it. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Bad again so far. Bad game for us. Now, draw from the City-Liverpool game. Nottingham Forest beating Bournemouth, Leeds beating Southampton, and Everton winning there. Interesting. Walkers now. Ooh, and Euro to Manu. I don't like that Euro did that. Ugh, I don't like that he lost it there too. Because Euro had no real reason to pass the ball there. And Manu had no way of getting it. Manu to Ahmad. Ahmad straight through. What was that, Ahmad? Mount. Ooh, Hemison with a brilliant save. We're just sloppy in some of these plays. It hasn't been Mount's game now, to be fair. Ahmad now running again with the ball. And again... Okay. Ahmad. Nobody there for him. And... Oh, Camrata! Oh, what a goal! What a goal by Camrata! Ahmad there, nobody there to get it. Evan didn't even jump. Sesko might have at least jumped for it, but Camrata hits the ball, bounces off of 31. That's way more of an own goal than a Camrata goal, I have to admit. Now, it wasn't target, so it counts as a Camrata goal, but 31 ricocheted in. So who's 31 for them? Because that definitely should be an own goal for Magasa, which is fascinating. But we're up 2-1. We're in the lead again. We've put ourselves in a much better position than we were in before. Jared Bowen is asleep at the wheel. Hammerson is doing an okay game. We have much of the control of the game. We probably need to make one sub anyway and take Mount off the pitch. He's not performing at a good enough satisfaction for us to do it. We are only one goal up. We don't really have a substitution point there. And we have used him before. This could be dangerous, but we're going to go with Koulibaly up there. And even though he's having an okay game, I'm not going to take the risk on the card. We're going to move Manu over to where Bruno was. And ironically, because he is on the pitch and I didn't think he was, or is on our defense and I didn't think he was, we're going to swap and put Casemiro on for Bruno. And we're also going to shout and tell people that wasn't good enough. Okay. 2 changes done there. A youth, which could be dangerous, but hopefully won't be. I actually didn't notice we have Cunha on the bench there, so we should have just swapped it with Cunha, but still, screw it, we're in the lead. I just have to remember that.
Shut up.
Don't you forget,
Here he
you
goes.
ain't won
Ooh,
yet.
I'm scared.
Okay. So far, this has been okay. I love, too, that every shot we've had has been on target. I don't like it stating we're in control of the game. It doesn't particularly feel like we're in that much control. Ferguson not having a great game again today. Lewis Potter. This screams goal. Ooh, Casemiro. Bit too forceful. Down it comes. There we go. It screamed it. It screamed it. It's amazing when you can feel it. It's amazing when you can tell that it's going to happen when the game's ready to screw you. I think now we have to take Saxon off and hope that maybe a wee bit more defensive orientation will help us get into the game and also go ultra attacking. Because West Ham deserve a draw in this game, but we're definitely not done. Okay, Sesko to Casemiro, De Ligt to Ilya to Rashford, Ilya, Casemiro, Ilya. It's amazing the difference. Ilya comes on and they're actually passing the ball to him. Ahmad, Cooley, oh Koulibaly, Ahmad, oh Ahmad, come on, man. And unfortunately, Koulibaly, even though this is going to be a double substitution, you haven't been performing good enough and you have a card on you. So you're being swapped. I hate doing double substitutions, especially on youths, but you aren't good enough. And let's hope we get something in the last 10 minutes of this. Come on, come on, come on. We're not getting anything out of this. Yeah, this is ending 2-2. I don't know what changes we could make to do it either. It's so annoying. Another draw. Another draw. Unless comes in the last minute of this. It won't though. Oh no, they're hardly. They're hardly. They're hardly. I'm stats aren't accurate in this game at all, but crikey, Benny. I'd say if you didn't show up, they might have ended up scoring that. I think you might have jinxed your own team. Oh my God. I mean, that's a bad loss of points for us. But like, holy crap. I mean, at least it didn't break my players into bloody twigs. But we had a lot of bad performances, unfortunately. Managed the save or managed the manage the draw? Was either or of them sexy? Honestly, I don't know. Like, to be honest, I shouldn't have put him on the pitch. I should have went with Cunha, not him. Also, this bug is still here. Okay, so I accidentally am able to answer that question because I'm a tit and that bug is still there. Still, they should have won that game. Francisca had a good game. Ferguson didn't. We went a wee bit weaker than we should have. That's primarily the reason. Like, Sesko should have started this game. Ferguson hasn't been performing good enough. I know I'm being mean to Ferguson, but he hasn't performed good enough. We shouldn't have played Saxon and we should have started with Ilya. But in general, we had a strong enough team to win that game, so we should have won that game. So that's not valid excuses. West Ham just came and gave a game. Which, to be fair to them, we still haven't lost in a while. But, you know, we were in row of, you know, the title picture, and that draw does hurt us a wee bit, especially considering Arsenal have a game in hand, although they're just after losing to bloody Chelsea, so... Or is it Chelsea? We'll see in a second. No, City. So Chelsea are after going up there with that win versus Arsenal. So, like you can see, it's only 5 points from Chelsea. But Chelsea are a very good team, and we'll see what ends up happening. Everton are 5th? Oh, crikey. Okay, so we have to put our big boy pants on to figure out what to do against Everton. Interesting. And the Tottenham Hotspurs Fulham game has officially started. Tottenham with an interesting squad. I think they've gone slightly weaker, as I mentioned earlier on. I like Archie Gray and Lucas Bagwell being on the pitch, but we'll see what ends up happening if they end up having weaknesses because of that midfield. Some interesting conversations happening now in it. So for me, I prefer Fulham ended up winning, but we'll see what ends up happening. We said we'll give you the bloody loan. Although we're trying to sell you, so we'll be focusing more on the sale than the loan. I've managed to somehow contain the anger of the squad better than I expected. Yeah, Ruben Amorim is the Everton manager, by the way. Ooh, yeah, we have a big game versus them as well, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, so we have to go Everton here, and then Liverpool in Anfield straight on the Saturday. So we have to think about this. Also, who do we end up returning? Who will be back from loan? I don't think we've been playing them anyway, but it's interesting to see who we are back on loan. England represented in a group draw. Okay, so down here we have... Oh, okay. The only one of them that we would be Ooh, you are surprisingly good, my friend. Huh. Okay. You might get a shout, my friend. Ricardo would be the highest example of getting a position, but unfortunately, you know, our striking is so stacked at the moment, it'd be unlikely he'd end up getting there. He needs another loan, so we'll look and see if we can get another loan for him. But yeah, anyway. Benoit Badiashile, yeah. After speaking upon his return, he feels he learnt a lot and is hoping the experience of increase him established in the squad. It won't, but fair enough to you. Oh, Leo Sauter. Feyenoord. Philippe, I've said this before and I'll continue to say it. I like this game. I really like this game, but I genuinely don't think you should buy it for full price. I would highly recommend you buy this game if you can get it at 20 quid. If you're streaming it, the community is so awesome. I'd highly recommend you buy it tomorrow morning and stream it because everyone around the community is awesome and will end up having the conversations with you. FM24 is still a better game than it at the moment, but primarily because of the mods that are in place in FM24. You can put a skin in it that is just a better skin than this that's up there. The improvements they've made to the skins are interesting. It does break the golden rule of tree a couple of times where it needs to have improvements on it. It is still fairly buggy. I haven't had many issues with it today, but that's because I'm going much slower. There are a couple of UI elements that I haven't looked into to improve certain things. I think the big thing about it, the big selling factor of this game, which is the match engine, isn't as good as it should be for the amount of time they've had on it. But with that being said, it's Football Manager. It is incredibly addictive, incredibly intriguing to end up playing. You will have fun with this game. But is it worth 60 quid? To me, no. Is it worth it if you have FM24? To me, no. If you're streaming it, would I buy it? Yes. If you want the most up-to-date squads, is that a reason to do it? No, because you can end up finding one of Mad Scientists or some of them that will have updated FM24. But in general, it's grand. I'm struggling to get into it. I don't know who to go to spark my addiction again. Well, it depends, Flip. What do you like doing? Like me here, playing as Manchester United, you can just do your power fantasy and end up going in. You can end up doing different saves you'll end up getting into. Go around and do different unions you haven't done before. Go to Asia, go to Japan. Try something different if you want to do that. Do your director of football challenges. All that is in place to fix the bugs with the in-game editor. So it's better for starting up that type of stuff. Benny might be able to tell me. I haven't looked into it. Have they fixed the MLS yet? Because that's definitely something to end up looking into if they have done. Like, the sad truth of this game is there isn't that much different between this game to FM26. You don't want that much difference, though. So that's the other conversational point about it. It is exactly what it says in the tin, and what it says in the tin is what you want. So experiment with it. Have fun. Do wacky formations. Do different bits to it. It depends on what you want. It depends on what you're looking for. That's just the sad truth about it. I know that isn't really the answer you want, but what do you like in your FM? And maybe I can give you advice on what I would recommend doing. Also, Victor isn't back yet, I don't think, but even if he is, like, you haven't been good enough, my friend. You have to be swapped out, so we're going to give Rasmus a go. Let's see if Rasmus can do it instead of you. Now, Mount wasn't good enough in the last game. So, who will we put in instead of Mount? I mean, we could give another youth a go. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. So, we're going up against fifth. We shouldn't end up taking too many risks. So, we'll just go with Cunha instead. We'll go with our strongest defensive line. And then we'll go with this. So Sesko, Hoyland, Cunha, Dogu, Mbwemu, Fernandez, Menu, Ilya, Delict, Euro, and Lamens. And I think that's the squad we're going to go with because we don't want to take too many risks. Although we do have Liverpool coming up. God, where are Liverpool? Liverpool are fourth. They're a 5-2-2-1. I think the change we make instead is we put Godot on for Euro and Kumbala for Delict, and we go with our proper full strength defense next game. I think we put Mazraoui on the bench anyway. Cooley has proved not to be good enough, so we put Emmanuel Ogate on instead. I'll go Emmanuel Ogate and Bruno instead of Manu and Bruno. Playing Fight Night Champions online right now. Had the most crazy fight so far. Let us know about it, Sexy. I haven't played that game myself, so I know very little about it. Is it good? Is it grand? What? Is it free? Is it a payable game? Let me know a wee bit about it. And just give me 1 second. I will be right back. But state it there, and I'll be 10 seconds, like less than a minute. back. So yeah, let me know a bit about it, Sexy. What's Fight Night Champions like? Also, Flip, if you want to, please join the Discord there. We have conversations. Well, we try to have conversations on certain stuff, and I'll let you know when I'm live as well. But yeah, it's also a way of tallying how many streams you've been into. It's finally working now too. Senior Duck is at 65 at the moment, but it's more close to, I think with him, it's more close to bloody 100, if I'm honest. Just lost the fight because I was getting up from being knocked down and messed up, so I ended up getting finished. Ah, that's unfortunate. I mean, the last boxing game I ended up playing, I can't remember the name of it. It was on the bloody PS4, PS3. Sorry, and I loved it. It was a mixed martial arts game. It wasn't one of the UFC games. I can't remember the name of it. I loved every minute of it. I love those type of things where you end up going, oh my god. I don't have words for that. They're probably going to come back into it, but I bloody turned around and I said that midfield might be a problem. Oh my god. I love Archie Gray and I love bloody Lucas Bagwell, but crikey. Come out of the guns a-blazing, Fulham. Wow. That's unbelievable. I'm genuinely happy for Fulham. Wow. God, that's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. I genuinely can't believe that. That's unbelievable to me. Anyways, it's an older Xbox game from the 360 area, and the last boxing game EA made before going into MMA. It's really good. It's paid but not expensive. It's on Game Pass. Interesting. I might have a look at it later on. So if it's on Game Pass, you're probably able to play it on PC as well. They're typically nice about that. So we'll end up seeing James Krakowski, Brantwaite, Garner, Dewberry Hall, Indene Barry. So nobody too surprising in their squad. I've heard that older Fight Night games are better, but I've only played this one. I've played one Fight Night game. I can't remember which Fight Night it was. Again, PS3. The brother ended up purchasing it. And everything was fine with that game until the final boss we ended up going up against because he just wouldn't bloody drop. It felt like, yeah, Kieran, I bloody showed it to the screen there. 2-0 at 15 minutes, score in the 4th minute, score in the 6th minute. I turned around and I said earlier on that I thought Archie Gray and Lucas Bagwell might be a problem in the midfield there. I haven't seen the goal, so I don't know if they're the reason for it. But I said that could be an issue and could be a reason why the team ends up getting exploited. I was a bit worried about it. But I love those players, so it's sad to end up seeing it. But it's genuinely shocking that that happened. Like, there are legitimately Spurs fans that are concerned with Thomas Frank and are already turning on him. Now, if I was Thomas Frank, I'd be concerned too. Because with Daniel Levy leaving that job, whoever's taking it up will want to put their own stamp on Spurs as well. So genuinely, it's concerning that Thomas Frank is having a downturn in performances as well. The final boss is always ridiculously difficult in Fight Night games. In Fight Night Champions, the final boss was Isaac. That's the one I'm thinking of! Isaac Frost! Yep. You've got the game. That's the game I played. I remember the name. Yep, that's the game I played. You're damn well right about it. I beat him once and I cheesed the game in order to do it. Was a bonkersly hard fight, but honestly, like you felt really good when you got it as well. But that's the fight. So you've literally poked the game that I'm thinking of sexy. I was playing on hard difficulty when, which makes it worse. As we've seen with my stubborn ass, I always play on hard difficulty. So. Harry Wilson, bloody unbelievable for Fulham. Although I will say, when it comes down to Fulham, a player I'm shocked has never been robbed from them. I know he's 34 now, so there's no real reason to take him. But Raul Jimenez, I'm shocked he wasn't robbed from them. And Alex Iwobi was one hell of a signing for them. I wonder if Samuel Chukwueze will end up being taken off of them at some point as well. Really underrated striker is unbelievably underrated. But there's a lot of really good strikers in the Premier League that just have been put underneath the radar. Like Dominic Calvert-Lewin, other than the fact that he was injured, is a very, very, very competent striker. Very competent striker. Brentford's Thiago is also another very competent striker. Obviously old now, and they had Ivan Toney, so 24, not old, but you know what I mean. Like, there's lots of really under the radar thing. The big thing with strikers is unless you are like grander than the world amongst you, you're always seen down. No. What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, Ugarte, Mbuemu. Highland. Okay. He had a 98 rated foot card on FC24. He was one of two strikers I used towards the end of the Ultimate Team cycle. I also had a 98 Peter Crouch. Peter Crouch, like, technically wasn't that good of a footballer, but he is just an example of height proves right in some of those cases. He was a unit and could end up beating down anyone there. It's one of the reasons why I think Benjamin Šeško will be a genuinely good player for us if we actually start crossing the ball again and start doing more work in that formations. Like, it's astonishing that we have a 6'5" Benjamin Šeško and are incredibly bad at crossing the ball. And then, ironically, we play a game last week and cross the ball far more than we have in any other games beforehand, with Xerxes up front and Benjamin Šeško not on the pitch. Oh, God damn it, Sesko. What did you think you were going to do there, even if he didn't block it? Bruno. Okay. Cunha. Oh, Pickford, you unbelievable. Peter Crouch and Rory Delap on the same Stoke team is such a ridiculous combination. Yes. But I'm kind of surprised since Stoke done it all those years ago, and considering it's coming back into play now, the long throw, why more people didn't try to do the long throw into the goal. Like, it was Stoke that done that, where they had a player he was a javelin thrower, and literally you were better putting the ball out for a corner than you were a throw near the goals, because he would almost always score if he done the throw. That was Stoke, right? Or am I thinking of a different team? I think it was Stoke. Patrick Doggo and Šeško working beautifully together. Off of a corner. Horrible corner by Bruno, by the way. But you take what you can get and you're happy with the results. 1-0 up versus Everton. 5th on the table. Doing good versus Ruben Amorim, the former manager of the team. Rey Mysterio's on commentary. God, some of the people that are against Ruben Ammer are going nuts. United Robbo is turning around there going, how is he not being sacked considering what other teams are doing versus Everton and Spurs? Like, that's so not fair. It's so not fair. But whatever. Whatever you want to say. But to each their own. If you have your opinion, you have your opinion. Anyways, 14 shots, 6 on target, 1 goal. Like, crikey, we need to be doing better. We need to end up being more like Pickford is having a hands of Midas performance, because of course he is. Why wouldn't he? Against a team that's 5th in the league. But we have our goal. Let's just hope we're able to contain it. Thankfully, this has been a fairly good performance. More offensively than defensively, but we don't need to worry defensively since they're not really getting the attacks off on it. Dogu. Patterson there, horrible loss. And Godu, you can pass it to the bloody defender beside you, you absolute tit. Ugarte doing a fantastic job to getting the ball back. Hoyland, running, doing well. Sesko. Oh, that glitch. This is the type of crap, this is the type of crap that's still annoying me about the game, that it's telling you that this goal was disallowed before you ever get the VAR check, because it loses all ants of it being anything like it. And what's annoying about this glitch is this is a glitch that was in FM24 that they fixed in FM24. The other thing too is I have to shut off the actual beta access key on the back end of this game as well, because sometimes it hasn't updated completely because of that. So I'll have to change that at halftime, or not halftime. I'll have to change that before I go live the next time as well. Godot. Ooh, God, he's running the entirety of the pitch. Shame nobody was there. Barry. Kwambala to Godot. Kwambala. Oh, Buemo! What a goal by Brian Mbeumo. Unbelievable. Game's more broken than a Guinness glass after flinging it against a spaceship. I didn't know you called your horse Spaceship as well, Tiger. How did you know mine was called Spaceship? And it wasn't a Guinness I threw at him, it was something entirely different. But how are things, my friend? It's not actually that bad. There is still glitches in it that need to be fixed that are never going to get looked at. Like, that's one of my biggest issues is, yes, this is built in a... Jesus Christ almighty. Like, my biggest thing with this game is the whole built in a brand new engine, brand new FM thing. This is blatantly obvious the carcass of FM24. Nothing wrong with that. This is effectively a text-based simulator. Most of the stuff is FM24. But the fact that there are glitches in this game, starting from a brand new engine that were in FM24, is a bit of a joke. And a couple of stuff that need to be fixed. I'm not going to experiment with stuff because I don't want to crash the game. But like, screw it. I'll do one showcase here. So like, you can click on James Garner, which will show up this here. Then click on Everton. Okay. You bring up this menu here. It'll take a bit to load. Here's the problem with this one. And yes, I'm showing this off, but this is something that should have been checked. How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? Where's the X button to get out of this? You know? There isn't one. But that's like, it's simple crap. You'll still enjoy the game, you know? But have you been playing it yourself, Tiger? And it's a pleasure to have you in, my friend. You come in while I'm in a slightly jovial mood because Tottenham Hotspurs are 2-0 down, which is very, very funny. What's this? Creative contention over men's. What? I don't get what that means. Anyway, whatever. But we continue on for now. Halftime. Do we make any subs? Probably God do, just in case on the yellow card. There's no point taking the risk. So, do we put Saxon on, considering Godu? Fuck it, we will do. So we're going to give the youth a go there, put Saxon on. Mbeumo was scored, so we're grand there. I think that's the only change we're going to end up making, and we'll go with that, and Bob's your uncle happy out. Turn around and say that they've been good in control of possession, and then go back in. We're 2-0 up, which is the most dangerous score in all of football, as everyone knows, because that's when complacency kicks in. But at the same point in time, we are performing very good, so we should be grand here. Bruno now with the corner. No. Ilya trying to do it. This is probably where we needed Matthias de Ligt. His heading ability would end up working. I love how it's telling me again to tell Bruno to shoot less, so we'll do it. 23 shots, 10 on target, 3.21 XG, so we're performing much better than 5th place Everton. Bruno now, back to Kwambwala. Saxon. Ooh. That's bad from Saxon. He needs to do better than that. Ugarte. Saxon! Oh, come on, man. Oh. That would have been 100% on Saxon. That would have been 100% on Saxon. If basketball were more popular over here in Ireland and the UK, do you reckon we'd see as many tall players in professional football? Yes. And the main reason I say yes is because the money in professional football over here is greater than football at the current moment in time. The sad thing about it is there's a big question about it anyways, because Europe in general is quite bad. England and Ireland at the moment are quite bad at producing talent in general. The level of footballers, the level of athletes in those type of sports aren't being produced anyway. They're more in combat orientated sports. They're more in rugby. They're more in boxing. They're more in rowing. They're more in athletics. They're more those type of players. Currently, Rasmus needs his goal, so we're going to give Rasmus the penalty. The sad thing about it is we're not creating good enough footballers at the moment for it to make much of a matter to the equation. Sexy. So would it matter for basketball? Potentially, considering you're building up a brand new organization there, or would they just be poked and sent over to America? You don't really know. But would it affect the UK and Ireland creating tall players and them not going into football? No, but we're also not creating them. So is there a chance that it would end up halting our progression of footballers in general because they're just not as good? Potentially. It's that way if you go it. If you're tall lad by the way, I love that he scored the goal, unlike Evan Ferguson who missed it. If you're tall lad in Ireland and the UK and are bad at football, you basically tend to go into rugby or boxing, I've genuinely noticed. Yes, but that's because they're just football is speed. Football is coordination. A big player in football is coming back. The problem with being a big player in football is typically you play one of two positions. You play striker because you literally can head the ball into the back of the net, or you play defender. You don't play midfield, or you play goalkeeper. To be fair, but if you're playing goalkeeper, you're playing goalkeeper from a young age. You very, very rarely see an outfield player becoming a goalkeeper later in life. So the problem is you're playing defense, and an awful lot of footballers, tall, lanky guys, aren't particularly good at defense because they don't have the movement capabilities to do it in a game that is so fast. So it's interesting in that case. Rugby and boxing are just becoming so big over here that that's the reason why people are going into it. But it would be interesting if I think there's a market for basketball if someone was willing to set it up. If you had a conglomerate now with money setting up basketball in Ireland and the UK, I think there's a setting for it. It's the same way as in wrestling, even though there isn't a big deal about it and it doesn't have TV or anything like that. There's a very big wrestling market in Ireland and the UK. And that's very rarely talked about, and that's the reason why What Culture done so well when they set up WCPW. It just takes someone coming in and actually setting up the infrastructure for it to be on TV and the whole lot. Yeah, but a pro league isn't enough. You need to end up bothering to do the media aspects of it as well, and doing what is required for it to get on television. That's one of the big problems with the GAA in Ireland, the GAA. If you watch a GAA game, it looks like it was recorded 20 years ago, and mainly because the equipment they're using is 20 years old. If you want the GAA to become more popular in both Ireland and other areas across the world, this is the aesthetic point again. You need to end up setting up the capabilities for it to look better, you know? Basketball, specifically with women, is a massive sport in Irish secondary schools. There's far more women doing basketball than men because they typically end up doing soccer or rugby for the men, and then women end up doing either football or basketball. So it comes up there. But there isn't really a market for it because there isn't any television presence in it. It's the same thing as darts. Darts is becoming big now because it's getting a televised presence, and the way that it looks is doing well. Like, as we were mentioning earlier on, the difference between the Grand Slam and the Players' Championships is bonkers. I'm a drunk, not an alcoholic. I shall call you Al. What's a crack-a-lacka, my friend? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going saucy? I shall join you in the I'm not drunk and just have a good old time, my friend. How's life treating you? You came in the middle of a rant. What's a crack-a-lacka, my friend? And you came in as we won a game versus 5th place Everton. But yeah, Sheffield Sharks are a team near me, and they're one of the better pro teams in the league. We even had after-school basketball at schools for about a month where 2 Shark players came and teach basketball. Well, that's the great thing about it, because if you start doing that, more people will be attractable as well. Like, where I'm from here, the main football team does a camp every summer that allows you to end up going in and play with the main football team. I'm not going to mention who they are because it'll doss me. But one of the, and people already know if you've been watching the stream enough where I'm from, but they end up doing that and it gets people into it. I'm good. How about you, King? Oh, saucy. You know, a way to get to my heart. You end up feeling my ego, calling me king. I'm doing fantastic, my friend. Happy to be on here. Happy to be discussing the crack. Happy that Fulham are 2-0 up versus Spurs. At one point in time, I'm going to say that, and Spurs fans going to come in and be absolutely livid. But just enjoying the crack, enjoying life, enjoying everything that's coming in. But what about yourself? How is the crack treating you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going saucy, my friend? Very chillin'. As they end up saying in the cool country, nice. I've had to play netball for a few weeks in PE, and it was really just rubbish, easy basketball. Maybe, but surprisingly enough, netball is a very big sport in Ireland. We have a quite comprehensive netball team. I know fucking nothing about them, but I know that our netball team is actually considered up there in the world rankings of netball. So, you know, interesting. Al, do you end up playing Football Manager yourself? Are you into football? Are you just finding an Irish streamer to end up having the chat with? And by the way, we enjoy lurking here, so don't feel the necessity to end up talking if you don't want to. But it's a pleasure to have you in, my friend. Luckily now we can just choose what we do each week. Well, that's the joy. Who did it say that was? Oh, there was a release clause there and I missed who it was. Is it coming up here? Oh, you. Okay, good. Damari could leave Stuttgart with release clause. Ooh. 12.5 million. Ooh, this could be a poke. We'll have to consider that. We're not going to go for it yet, but we'll have to consider that. I haven't got 26, but I've had FM 18 to 24. Well, congratulations to you. They're fantastic games with an absolutely brilliant community. Couple of people in here that we end up talking to that end up doing it as well. Benekage, fantastic streamer that ends up doing it. Sir Duck ends up playing it. Sexy has played it a couple of times as well. Genuinely just a grand experience here. It's fantastic to just sit down and enjoy and have the crack of playing it and having conversations. So it's a pleasure to have you in, my friend. Hopefully you'll end up seeing us end up getting a victory over one Liverpool as well. I was quite good at it, though I wasn't really trying, granted. It was a mixed gender PE group, and I was 6'1" lad amongst a group of average lads and some girls. Wow, fun. 6'1" is a nice height to end up having. Yeah. You know, it's funny. A couple of people were talking about dating in percentive perspectives, and they were talking about how one of the big things that are happening at the moment is that there's a situation happening with an awful lot of females where they just won't go with men if they're smaller in height than them. And there's a particular issue with that because in the past 2-3 generations, the height of men has decreased while the height of women has increased. So that's that's an annoying problem to end up having. Soon enough, you'll end up seeing men wearing wearing platforms in order to just increase their height. If you're not already seeing the disco shoes come back in. So it's just slightly in my favor. Yeah, so how come you never ended up considering doing the basketball? That was in year 10 and year 9. I'm around 6'2" now. Probably will end up getting around 6'4" fully grown. Well, sexy. You're making me feel short, so all I can end up saying to you is...
Off is the direction you can fuck.
Of course I kid. I'm only 6'10" myself. Not 6'10", Christ. That'll make me the great Khali. I'm only 5'10" at the moment. Could you imagine if I was 6'10"? But not too bad, Al. Who do you support yourself, if you don't mind me asking, in football? As you might have noticed, to be fair, again, this was the stream we ended up doing during the beta, and we'll end up seeing what we end up doing afterwards. As you might have noticed, I'm a United fan, so, you know, enjoying that. Oh, Jimenez is retiring. Interesting. Luton. Oh, happy out. I like Kieran McKenna. I am curious how long you're going to be able to keep him. It was a funny situation with ye having your draw today because it looked for all the world like you were going to lose that game when I kept an eye on it. God, who was it you were against? Luton Town versus Exeter City. It was... Oh, wait. Luton Town... It was, versus Bolton Wanderers. Yeah, because obviously they had scored in the 8th minute. The red card ended up having in the 70-minute. He scored in the 83rd minute. It seemed like it was a tight game. But I like Luton. I like Luton Town. I like the way they played. The last time I was looking at them. I don't know how to feel about Jack Wilshere as a manager, though. How do you find him, Al, if you don't mind me asking? I like Jack Wilshere as a person. As a manager, I'm not sure what to think of him. You're 9'8", trust. Anything under 6'8" is quite a comfortable height to be at. Yeah. I think the tallest person alive at the moment is 7.8 or something like that, and he's from India. I wouldn't like to be any taller and have heart complications and rubbish joints. I believe you with all of my being. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you can end up stopping gigantism if you end up catching it when you're young, so that's the only thing about it. Happy out. Hey, if he's doing the job and you're happy with him, then that's great to end up coming down. Like, you're the first club he's managed, right, Al? Or has he managed anyone else as well? Has he any history with Luton before this? Or is this just a job that he ended up getting and he's doing well in it? Sorry, give me 1 second. I want to check something. Yeah, because the really sad thing with Luton, when I loved watching them, was when you were in the Premier League, you were game for anyone. You didn't sit back. You fought with the likes of Man City. You fought with the likes of Chelsea. And it's so sad that you got the back-to-back relegations. I'd like to see you come back up. So we'll see what ends up happening with you. It's sad that you're down in League One at the moment, but hopefully you'll end up coming back up and doing well. So we'll see what ends up happening. Barnsley, the players were not playing to the standard, and against Mansfield, our striker gave the other team a free goal, then missed a pen. Sultan Koisk is his name, and he's 8'2". Thanks for letting me know, Sexy, because I knew there's definitely someone bonkersly tall. I know at one point in time there was a man alive that was 8'10", but like he died at 23 or something like that. Like he died bonkersly young. And I know that's riddled my bloody algorithm. I have no chance of anyone spotting this now, even on the Purple app. But hey, who gives a crap? He used to play for our youth team, but managerial, this is his first job. Ye were playing solid football in the Prem, riddled with injuries, unfortunately. Yeah. Still sad that you ended up getting the double bloody relegation. That's the word I'm looking for. You know, English crack, it is your first language. I say it first, it is your only language. Luton wasn't far off staying up either. He was 5 points, pretty sure. Yeah, like but it's still insane that situation ended up happening. That it ended up getting to that point. That it was so goddamn close. That it needed to get to that point. It's still astonishing that that's how that ended up going. You know. And it's so hard to get out of even the championship, never mind League One. League One is its own kettle of fish. But hopefully the financial fair play packages that you end up getting in place will end up helping you get back up now that Wilshere has you, and he'll do well with you. Out of them, Burnley and Sheffield, they finished highest in the Prem. The season that they got relegated. Oh yeah, no, I know they barely in the Premier League season they almost stayed up. I kind of wish that they did. That was my point. Because they were fighting so well, they ended up giving a good game to everyone. To me, when Luton were up in the Premier League, it felt like Vincent Kompany's Burnley. And then that's one of the reasons why I have feelings on certain managers that I don't like. Like now for the rest of his time, whenever I see Rob Edwards, I'm going to want Rob Edwards to lose. The same way as whenever I see Vincent Kompany, I want Vincent Kompany to lose. Because Vincent Kompany's absolute knife in the back to Burnley should be studied, to be honest. Also, by the way, there's no way he's not going to become the Man City manager after Pep retires, but that's an entirely different conversation. I don't like managers when they end up doing that shite. Like Rob Edwards screwing Middlesbrough now to go over to a Wolves team that he's going to get relegated with. Less so than Vincent Kompany. Vincent Kompany literally was given an entire season. Burnley knew there was a chance of them staying up with the squad they had, and they stood with Vincent Kompany because they were hoping he'd stay and bring them back up again, which he could have done if he stayed. So he literally fucked them. In your case, I don't know what happened with ye that you got the double relegation. Like, was it just injuries that caused Luton to get the back-to-back relegation, or what was it that caused it? I still don't really understand how the double relegation happened for ye. In the Prem, they were I'm guessing you mean 8 to 9 points off of overtaking Forest, not 89, because that would make them champions. And Luton being level on points against Hull, but being relegated to League One off goals difference is really sad to see. I mean, yeah. I don't think he's worth it. Howe says Ipswich have optimism aplenty. Championships, our players really didn't want to play. Rob was rewarding bad behavior and changing up the tactic a lot. Yeah. Like, do you still have players in the squad now that were in the Premier League? Because that would be an interesting kettle of fish. And, like, contractually a nightmare. Because, like, if you have players that were there, they'd end up having the relegation clause, sure. But I wonder if the relegation clause in their contract will count for 2 relegations. You know, which would be very interesting if it did. I don't know if it would. Key players like Zidane, I mean Ross Barkley and Aubergine left the club. Aubergine is always a Miller in my eyes. Fair enough. Where did he go? Ojbene. It's like I know he's an Irish footballer. Who plays as a winger for EFL Championship club Sheffield, but is on loan from Ipswich. Okay, so he's with Ipswich. Fair enough. Now, hopefully you can get back up, because if you linger in League One, that's a nightmare of a spot to get out of. Okay, so we changed to Euro and Delict anyway, in order to ensure that we're grand and keep Iliad there. Buemo had a good game the last time. Ugarte played fantastic the last time too, so did we play Ugarte? I think ironically we have to play Ugarte. I didn't plan on playing Ugarte, but I think we have to play Ugarte. And I think Ahmad has to be on the bench anyway. I don't think we make any other changes. Hoyland played good. Sesko played good. Matthias played good. I genuinely don't think we make any other changes. I mean, the only change we probably make is we put Evan on the bench for Mazraoui. I think we go with the squad. Ironically, because he played well against Everton, Rasmus has earned himself a place versus Liverpool, which is shocking considering he wasn't able to get himself on the bloody bench, never mind the team, for a while. Victor's injury definitely benefited him. Okay. So I might need a bit of luck from you guys. I might need you to cross your fingers and your toes for me. I might need the love of all of you to come and to pray that all ends up going well and that the Craic ends up winning here as we go into it. So, in Anfield we go. Manchester United versus Liverpool Football Club. Craic Attack versus Arne Slot. If I lose this game, I might have to go and do something horrific. If I lose this game, I might have to go and drink a cup of Barry's tea. That's an old school, that's an old stream reference. If you know, you know. That's part of the Civil War debate we had a couple of years ago. Oh my God, no. How much did you get him for? What the Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Also, I love that Bradley and Milot Kirkes have been taken out for Gomez and Robinson, the two old bucks. Oh Christ. God, his stats are unreal. 111 million. Oh! Crikey. Oh my God. Fight Night Online match. We went into swinging against each other instantly for me to be cornered and knocked down in 30 seconds and for him to then disconnect right after. Absolute man. Did that mean you win? Sexy. I mean, it feels like it, but to be fair, they can afford it. Chiesa too, who can't touch a pitch. You can know that this game is a simulation because Chiesa's actually starting the game. Matty, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin'? The addict himself has returned for the joys. It's all going good, it's all going grand, it's all going delicious, my friend. You've come in to the biggest game of the stream thus far. Manchester United, Arne Slot's Liverpool versus Manchester United in Anfield. Can we get the victory against them? You come in as our deciding factor, as our creme de la creme, as our hopeful piece of good luck. And we see how we end up doing versus a mighty strong Liverpool squad. And we see how the crack ends up going. Oh, there's a bloody blurb for you there in the morning if we lose. We're above them in the league by quite a substantial margin. But let's see if we can win this game. Cross your fingers and your toes first, because we might need it. Let's hope that Kanate plays like he does in real life and doesn't actually show up. Makes it us versus 10 men. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Oh, 5 minutes in and they're in 70% possession. That's not a good look. Okay. Bruno! Bruno! Oh, okay. I was wondering what happened there. Crikey, man. Doggo. Bruno. 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 The infliction of a word makes the entirety of the difference, and Bruno has made me feel like this. Oh, it didn't work. Yeah, there. Oh, happy out. Basically, yeah, top bins. 1-0 up, first shot, first goal. He's been doing fantastic in that centre defensive midfield position since we've been forced to put him there since Gallo Stella ended up going off injured. How are you been enjoying the game? I've seen they've put out a good amount of updates and patches. It's much better now. I haven't had any non-responses today. And I haven't had any crashes. And in the couple of streams that I've done before this, I've had crashes. Now, to be fair, I haven't been testing it either. Beforehand, I would be impatient and be clicking accidentally. I've done it in FM24 as well, so it's me clicking while waiting for the loading screen to come down, and that causes it to be non-responsive. But I haven't had any issues today. It's been flowing quite well. The match engine has been doing quite well. I haven't had many drop frames, so everything has been working quite well for me. Now, the one thing with me is I mightn't be on the latest patch. As I read earlier on today, just after I went on stream, funnily enough, that if you still have allow access to beta set in the installation instructions of the game, it can oftentimes leave the game to be one version behind because it's still tethered to beta controls. God damn it. God damn it, Lamens. You've been doing so well for the last wee while, but if I'm up to date, then I'm up to date, but I haven't had many issues with it now. It's definitely a more stable game. It's definitely running a lot better. But I still have the same errors that I had before, you know? Playing Crash Bandicoot now, a second opponent disconnected. Fair enough, Sexy. Which Crash Bandicoot are you playing? Are you playing Crash Bandicoot 4? Are you playing the collection? Which one are you playing? My favorite Crash Bandicoot is 2. So I've decided to hop off Fight Night. I don't blame you. If they're disconnecting and you're not getting bottom games. Insane Trilogy. So which one of the Insane Trilogy are you playing? I have it downloaded as well, so I love that. I love that game. Ooh, interesting. It's weird going back to the first one because it doesn't have elements like the slide jump. God damn it, guys. Sesko. I mean, yeah, but Isak is actually a genuinely good player. I just wonder if he'll end up scoring for Liverpool before Slot gets sacked. He'll probably score tomorrow. Oh my God. I'm glad that it happened for both of us. They're off the crossbar. We're off the crossbar. Wow. Yeah, the first one is a fantastic game. It is one of those games that I think you have to 100% do it in order to get the full amount with it. That's good. I haven't played this game in a while. Been waiting till it's fixed. I mean, it's in a much better condition now than it was, Matty. I have to admit that. Again, there's still certain things that haven't been fixed and probably never will be. So, like this, for example, is still a thing where there's no. I've shown this multiple times where there's no X button. You know. So, like, that's still a thing. But also, who's going to be doing that? I'm the only tit that would end up finding that bug, you know? So there are still certain bugs there that technically need to be fixed, but it depends on how much of a cantankerous arse you want to be. It's probably worth playing again, especially if you own it. I wouldn't recommend someone buy it. But yeah. I've never finished any Crash Bandicoot, even though I've played the Insane many times. Never invested the time to finish them. Nah, fair enough. I can finish Crash Bandicoot 2 in one sitting. Now, that one sitting is 4 hours, but I can finish, not 100% by the way, but I can finish the base game of Crash Bandicoot 2 in one sitting of 4 hours. Do we... I think you do. I think you do. I think you do. Fuck it, I'm going to. I'm going to. This might be the wrong move, but I'm going to. Sesko's still motivated. Konya's playing okay. Delict isn't performing great. Go and ball it for Delict. We're going to make those two changes. I might regret swapping the goalkeeper, but screw it. I mean, it feels like squeaky bum time, all right, Al, I'll tell you that. But let's see how things end up going. Changing the goalkeeper is an interesting choice, but I think it's the right move. Ooh. They're going to score off of this. They're going to score off of this. You fucking knew it! It's nice to know that you can still feel it in your bones when the game is going to FM you. Beautiful to know that that's still a thing. Okay, Sesko has to come off now as well. The fact that we have 10 shots and only 2 on target is infuriating as well. This is just one of those games where the game just doesn't want to give us anything. And I cannot... they're going to score off of this too. Yeah, they're going to score off of this. Yep. It's insane that you know. It was probably the wrong move to make the goalkeeper sub, but like, holy crap. I haven't watched the latest season of Tulsa King, season 3. I've seen up to halfway of season 2. I like it. I was surprised to see that Samuel L. Jackson was in the series. In the season 3. Obviously, I haven't seen it, as I just said. But it's an interesting show, because the funny thing about that show is Sly cannot act. But that has always been the case. Sylvester Stallone has always never been able to act. So it's really funny watching a show where he is the integral character of it, but he's also playing a role where he doesn't need to act. So it's really, really funny. My FM sense is so ingrained in me that when I was at a non-league game last week with my mates, I felt a goal coming, started recording, and there was a goal off of that very set piece. I know it's insane when you can just tell. I mean, maybe that's a good sign of FM teaching you well. I remember watching season 1 years ago. Season 1 is very, very good. Season 2 feels very different to season 1, and I have a feeling season 3 will be the same. God damn it, guys, do fucking something. Not pass it to them. Half time at 2-0 is interesting. God, this is infuriating. This is an infuriating result because it's literally just a showcase of every single forward player I have performing categorically shite. Every single forward player just played shite. Absolutely shite. Like, both goalkeepers played bad. All of the forwards played bad. Like, that's fucking insane. I love it at the moment. It's a good series, to be fair. But that's the thing about it. Like, Sly is one of those actors. Sly is like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He doesn't need to be the best actor in the room. He just needs to be around good actors. And he makes the scene into the case. Now, there are actors that can do that, and there's actors that can't. I think, and it's not fair because he's actually a fucking phenomenal actor. But an actor that's like that is Ralph Fiennes. Now, he's a phenomenal actor. Let me get that right. Ralph Fiennes can kill a scene if he wants to. But Ralph Fiennes can just stand there and be intimidating and menacing and be the character you want him to be. And not actually act at all and still be perfect for what's gone down about it. There's actors that are able to do it. I actually think another actor that's like that is Hayley Atwell. Again, another actor that's actually a very good actress. But like, Hayley Atwell just has a presence about her that when she's in something, she just stands and is really, really well. Another one is she played. Give us a second. Emily Vandekamp, another actress that is a very, very good actress. But even when she's not acting and doesn't need to act, so long as she is around good actors, she can fill the scene when they're there. There are actresses and actors that have that ability. And some of them that can actually act that have that there. Arnie and Sly are the two prime examples of it. Now, another person that has that ability, but actually is a surprisingly decent actor, is 50 Cent. 50 Cent. And of course, Ice ends up doing that all the time on Law and Order. You know? 11 games unbeaten, and then we end up losing. But hey, we're down. Where are we now in the actual league? It was, god damn it, game. You've done it to me here as well. Let's look at the competitions. Europe, England. Why isn't this in alphabetical order? England Premier League. We are third. Yeah, unfortunately, Chelsea are running away with it a bit. That loss is bad for us. Yeah, to be honest, 50 Cent is an amazing actor. Same with Cena. I don't know if I'd say amazing for 50 Cent. He's definitely gotten better with age. I like Cena. I think Cena needs to do a proper serious role now. Out of the three big Hollywood actors that are going into the acting phase at the moment, between The Rock, Cena, and Batista, I think The Rock has the most aura, Batista is the best actor, and Cena has the best potential. Because Batista genuinely has a way of hitting it down there. Now, the funny thing about that is you say the big tree, but like, others just stopped. He didn't want to do it, but Stone Cold Steve Austin, in the stuff that he was in, had the aura that allowed him to do it. He needed a bit more acting chops in it in order to do it properly, but he would be a Sly. He was able to do it. And Kevin Nash, in some of the stuff that he's been in, is a fairly competent actor as well. You know, now I only ever watched him in Waterboy, but Bill Goldberg looked like he had potential to be an actual star if he bothered his arse to go into it. You know, some actors just never ended up doing it. You know, so we'll see what ends up happening. But Batista's a very good actor. He badly needs to sack his agent. He badly needs to sack his agent. Some of the roles Batista takes is just, god damn it, man. Okay, so what does it say here? We allowed in our final third. We turned that down. None shots, so... Like, we're performing grand. It's just unlucky that Liverpool ended up getting us. It was in Anfield, but there wasn't really much we could end up doing about it. Now we've Barcelona next. Cena's quite funny naturally, so he can kill a superhero comedy role, such as Peacemaker, despite being an average actor due to his natural humor and physical presence. Well, like, the prime example of Cena's comedic abilities is Ricky Stenicki. If you watch that movie, Ricky Stenicki, you can see what Cena is able to do. But, like, he doesn't need to be slapstick. He doesn't need to go so overboard. Cena has that ability in it. I think he needs a serious role. Now, I know Cena has signed up for a role where he's a villain. And I'm not 100% sure what movie that is. Let me see if I can look at his actual film creditations. Acting career, filmography. He has a role where he is a villain. Because obviously Peacemaker's a villain, but that doesn't count. Like in Suicide Squad, where he's actually being proper Peacemaker, proper villain, that's grand. Like another example there is he recently came out with the movie Head of State with Idris Elba, where he is the comedy United States president, the bumbling buffoon to Idris Elba's, you know, strong and strictly Prime Minister of England. That's a role there where he could have been serious. Probably should have been. But he does it phenomenally well and holds himself well with a very good actress in Idris Elba. But we'll see what ends up happening. It's also quite funny that he's in Coyote versus Acme as well. I know that's been done years ago, and I'm not sure who he voices. Buddy Crane, which is the Acme Corporation's lawyer, so that's going to be another comedic role. And then he's in, he just needs to do a more serious role instead of just sticking to comedies. Because he's grand at comedies, but all he's doing is comedies, and he's going to get pigeonholed into a type. Which, if you're happy with that, you're happy with that. But, like, he needs to do a serious role. I was going to see The Rock's newest film, The Smashing Machine. I didn't see it, though, and I heard he was better at acting in it than the other roles. Head of State is a film I do like a lot. So... his acting in The Smashing Machine is very good. The problem with his acting in The Smashing Machine is that script is fucking horrible. Well, it's not horrible, but it's not a great script. And if he had gotten a proper screenwriter for that movie, it would have helped an awful lot more. And that's coming from a wrestling fan that wants to end up seeing the MMA story of Mark Kern done phenomenally well. It's not a great script, so it's lacking what he needs to work in, but it is his best acting performance. Go on, Katie. What is the joke? Is it my play style? Is it the fact that I lost to Liverpool? Is it my haircut? Is it the fact that I am morbidly obese? What is the joke, Katie? Let us know. I've killed all of the momentum for your joke, by the way. But go on, what's your joke? Someone rang the alarm at the old folks' home. We all thought it was pudding time. It's funny when it's that type of situation, to be honest. But horrible that someone did it. Did you find out who did it and why they did it? Or is that just a joke that went completely over my head? Because I'm not sure if pudding time is meant to be an illusion for something, but it is funny. I love old people. I mean, yeah, I'm of the same thing. I turned around and I said, there's some jobs that I have the height of respect for. Anything medical, because honestly, it's what's needed, and teaching is there. But working with the old as well is something that ends up doing, and I height of respect for anyone that ends up doing anything that ends up working with with the elderly. I have the height of respect for anyone that takes time out of their own life in order to work with the elderly and make sure that everything goes well with them. God damn it, guys. Honestly, it's the height of respect I have for people that end up working that way is next level. And fair play to anyone that ends up doing it. Genuinely, you are special and deserve everything good to end up happening to you in life. It's not that I don't have the patience to do it. I'd happily talk to people and all that, but unfortunately I don't have the diction. I don't have the restraint in conversational point of views not to be a snide arsehole, not to make light of an awkward situation. I am quite a dry bastard. So like if I seen someone dealing with a horrible situation, I am quite a relentlessly dry prick about it. So I'm just not the right person for that type of role, but I have the height of respect for anyone that ends up doing it. I love talking to old people as well. They're so funny. Well, it depends on the situation. It depends on the person too. If you want the best stories, be a hairdresser. Oh yes, yes. Or a bartender that's actually good at your job as well. Like, there's an awful lot of bartenders who are just really bad at their job and don't talk to people. If you talk to the people you bartend, the stories you hear is unbelievable. But like, there is... thankfully, people are starting to build that culture again of bartending, because there was a large period of time there where people thought it was a waste of time and wouldn't talk to the bartender and stuff like that. So there is a rebuilding of that relationship to allow you to talk to bartenders and all that type of stuff, and a rebuilding of the culture of communication. Like, I know an awful lot of bartenders now that are trying to set up a more come in and have a chat, we'll play a wee bit of music, even if you want to sit in the chair and just talk and not actually get your hair done, and just talk and do that way, and we'll set things up, because an awful lot more bartenders are changing to appointment only type of ways as well. But genuinely, it's unbelievable when people end up doing it. Now, I went to the shop back in my day. God damn this fucking rotation. Look at this. We went from 5th place Everton into Liverpool, into Barcelona, into City. God damn it. My mum is slowly getting into the back in my day phase. The sad thing is, I'm only reaching 30 in 2 weeks' time, and I'm fucking doing it. So... yeah, so the sad thing is, you do tend to do it the older you get. Still not fit. We'll put you on the bench, but you're still not fit, so we won't really be using you. Okay, cool. It is a Champions League game, so Dennis gets his go. We're going to keep with the good back line and hope that it does well. We'll keep with that midfield because it was doing grand. You're only 13 years younger than my... What? What's this? Sorry, give us a second. Weird. Okay. My mum was year 7 when you was born. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. I thought you meant your mother was 13 years younger than me. Crash Bandicoot levels are easy, but I also run into silly deaths even when I shouldn't. Yeah, but that's typical as well in those games, especially in that first game where you don't have the slide jump and the whole lot. Oh, it's not that random, Katie. He had mentioned that he had swapped over from Fight Night Champions online to Crash Bandicoot. So that's you not being here early enough in order to know what's going on with the stream. So just come here in time in the future, Katie. That's your fault for showing up late. So shame on you for showing up late. God, I'm an asshole. Okay, bear with me, guys. I'll be back in 1 minute. I just have something I really quickly need to do, so just bear with me. You're not wrong, Duck. She has been missing a couple of streams now, so it is better progress. I will be a ick now. You screwed up when I was going to sub. Like you were going to sub, Katie. Although, if you do feel free to, if you do feel like subbing, just hold the phone there. Hold the phone there. If you do feel like doing it, you know, we can make you feel a wee bit better because we can change to this particular bar right here, and you can see the bar go up slightly more should you want to there. So you know, we'll move to that one. We'll leave it up for a bit just in case you want to incrementally increase that bar a wee bit, Katie. You know, we'll be nice to you there. We'll be nice to you there. But yeah. Obviously, it's up to yourself if you want to do that. I don't want to put pressure on anyone to end up subbing. As much as I'd like to end up trying to do more integrations to actually encourage bit usage and all that type of stuff, it's I don't want to be putting pressure on anyone, you know. Like, just do Nitro or something like that, or just have the crack when you end up coming in. We're just enjoying the crack. Like, you know, lovely to get to a point in time where you could do this full time, but I'm not going to press anyone to end up doing that. Like, as I said earlier on, I will, once I end up getting back to proper fitness and end up fixing this area behind me a bit to allow it to be easier, I will be including the likes of, we'll add push-ups for subs, try and do extra elements for bits and stuff like that. I will be adding them in later on as incentives to allow people to do it. But, you know, that's future. But if I never want to put that pressure on anyone. If you feel like subbing, I genuinely appreciate it to the heart's content. But I'm not going to end up asking anyone to do it. And I'll never end up being annoyed if you don't. All I ask is if you do come in, just say hello or lurk. You know, just have the crack and just enjoy it, you know. Duck is amazing when it comes down to his names, even though he did end up losing his name for a while. So Duck God of Quack was lost for quite a bit. No, thank you. Too late. I do have €11 in my Twitch wallet. Oh, now you're just boasting at me, Katie. Now you're just being mean. Can I have a $5? Need to get Need for Speed 8 Deluxe Edition. Oh, the last Need for Speed game I played. Need for Speed. Yes. This will tell you how long ago it has been since I played a Need for Speed game. The last Need for Speed game I played was on the PS3. The PS2. And I played Need for Speed Carbon. Need for Speed Carbon. The one that was more drift-based. I actually really liked that game. Even though my favorite Need for Speed game is obviously Underground 2. Underground 2 is just a goated game, and I hope they end up making the remake of it at some point in time. I don't know which one it was. Need for Speed game speed attached to frame rate. So there was a Need for Speed game. Yes, Need for Speed Rivals. Need for Speed Rivals. If you owned that game on PC, it was locked at 30 frames per second. And if you went into the settings and uncapped the 30 frames per second and moved it up to 60, it would double the speed of the base game. If you moved it up to 120, it would quadruple the speed of the base game. There are legitimately people who played that game at 120 frames per second at 4 times the regular speed of the game. It's so fucking funny to watch. Because the base tethered the game for the frame rate to work on the speed of the game, which is something I've never seen anyone in game development do before because it's asinine. But it's so funny. So what type of games would you have liked? Would it have been hot? What is the game? Oh, I can't remember the name of it. It was something Miami. I think. No, it was what's the Burnout Paradise, Hot Pursuit, Pure. It's not any of them. God, I cannot remember the name of the game. It was definitely a PS3 game. I played it for a bit and I didn't like a minute of it. Ah, screw it. Okay, I can't think of it, unfortunately. Like Burnout Paradise was definitely one of them, but that's not the one. Midnight Club Los Angeles. That's the game I'm thinking of. I played that for a while. I hated every minute of it. I like the F1 games and the dirt games quite a bit. If you like F1, Senior Benny sometimes streams F1. He is the wheel and the whole lot. I don't own a wheel, so I can't do it yet. But they're actually not bad games. My big thing with the F1 games is to play them properly and to actually enjoy them. You kind of need to have the assist on the whole time. I don't mind it, but that's main. I don't mind. I don't mind F1, but that's mainly because of this man. Wow. Okay, that's old school. The original Need for Speed 2. I mean, an awful lot of people would say the same thing about soccer. An awful lot of Americans end up saying it about soccer, so you know yourself. Although we do actually need to do some changes here to the squad. What the fuck are we going to do for this game? Ahmad needs to come on because Mbeumo played crap. Doggo needs to come off, so we'll put Rashford on instead. Hoyland is tired, as is Cunha. So Hoyland will come off and we'll go with Evan Ferguson and hope he does okay. And we'll put Mount up in front. And we'll see how we end up doing versus Barcelona. Wish us luck, because we might end up needing it here, guys. And let's see how the Craic ends up treating us. My controller is scuffed. I'm sorry to hear that. It's horrible when that ends up happening. I have a couple of these, special Xbox controllers that I ordered online that have this lighting frame and the whole lot. They work phenomenally well, especially with PC because it works connectively. The Americans that get into football start naming the most random and niche players in an all-time XI. Well, yeah, but that's because you don't really know it well enough. And, the people that you're with there. I'm sure an awful lot of Americans now at the moment will probably end up putting, what the hell is his name? He's with AC Milan. What is his name? He's basically America's best player at the moment. Christian Pulisic. We'll probably put Christian Pulisic in the bloody conversation, which is absolutely insane, by the way. And bonkers that he's only 26. I have no idea how Pulisic is only 26. He feels like he's been around for goddamn years. 27, sorry. But he feels like he's been around for fucking ever. I know, to be fair, he played a lot of games for Chelsea when he was young, but I do think there's a player in Christian Pulisic. It's just a shame that, he's 27. I was speaking of the one, and he said, left back David Silva CM. Oh, yeah, fair enough. I each their own. There's loads of weird conversations out there. There's people who put Neymar in their greatest of all time list, which is a different level of deluded, but Yeah, Al, he's 27, yeah. Pulisic is 27. Yeah, it's a showcase of where you don't know the ages of people. So, another example there is we have him there, De Ligt. De Ligt, he's been around for so long that you think he's an awful lot older than he is. De Ligt is only 25. Well, 26 in August. He's only 26. De Ligt is bonkersly young. We'll have him for another 10 years. Well, 7. It has a stick shift, well as Dead Zone issues. God damn it, Dead, sexy. And you're playing bloody Crash Bandicoot, which needs a wee bit more exact bloody movement controls and the whole lot as well. So What, you think Neymar deserves to? Do you honestly think Neymar deserves to be in conversation as one of the best players of all time? I like Neymar, but he's nowhere near that conversation. Do You think so? Really? You really think so? Okay, fair enough. I'm willing to hear why you think so. I don't think so. God, at the moment, and maybe this is recency bias, at the moment I put Mbappe above bloody Neymar. Pepsi, Ronaldo, Really? You put Neymar as the 5th in that option? Huh. To each their own. God. I know I like the guy more than more people do as well, but and this is an incredible statement, by the way. I like Zlatan Ibrahimovic more than I like Neymar. Yeah, well, that was the thing there. Ronaldinho as well. Like, there's been amazing players. Like, bloody Roy Keane was a phenomenal player as well. Wayne Rooney, one of the best strikers of all time. Frank Lampard, Steven Gerrard. Like, there's tons of players to end up putting into conversations about it. Go back even longer than that, you don't even know. Like, oh... Like, you have Alan Shearer as a conversation to be put into it as well. Like, but I don't know football lineage enough to be able to put down into the conversation. But, like, I like Neymar. I rate Neymar an awful lot more than some people do. But that's a very interesting poke to say that Neymar is in the top 5. Ian Wright is better than Alan, just saying. Do you think so? I mean, I don't think... the funny thing about Alan Shearer, and I can't remember who it is, like, in terms of technically in the Premier League football goals, there is a player who has more goals than Alan Shearer. But because the Premier League was renamed, Alan Shearer was given that record. I can't remember who it was. This is where history ends up hitting me wrong. There's a player technically who has more Premier League goals than Alan Shearer because of the way that it ended up coming down to it. I just can't remember who it is. I don't think it's Dixie Dean. I've heard the name said before. I just can't think of the name. Maybe it is Dixie Dean. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but you get my point. Like, everything is a whole way down in it. Football's been so long that we don't really know, and recency bias comes into the place as well. Like you forget how bonkersly good Ronaldinho was now that you're talking about... Jimmy Greaves, that's the name. That's the game. That's the name, Jimmy Greaves. Now, Dixie Dean could also have done it, because that's further back as well. But Jimmy Greaves is the name that I'm thinking. Out of all of the top 10 English scorers, English League, like less than 7 or 8 were UK. Oh, yeah. But that's a big thing now when it comes down to it. I think the amount of foreign players in all of the top 5 English divisions is something like 40% now. So there's far more talent to prove from as well. So it's interesting. It's just an interesting conversation. I don't have, unfortunately, enough requisite knowledge of the past of football to ever competently have the conversation on who's the greatest footballer of all time. I can talk about what I think about the modern day and some of the olden times, but it's not a conversation I'm willing to have, because I am bonkers in my bias. I really, really like Zlatan Ibrahimovic as a striker. I would put Zlatan Ibrahimovic as one of the top 20 strikers of all time. There's an awful lot of people who think I'm fucking bonkers for putting him anywhere near that conversation. But, you know... Do you think so, Al? Again, United fan, maybe it's the bias. I just think Ronaldo, like, there's definitely a conversation to be had between Ronaldo and Messi. And I know people say the Argentinian World Cup win puts Messi over the board. I don't know that it matters that much, that particular one, but hey. I think the fact that Ronaldo has scored, now to be fair, a good lot of them were in Saudi, but the fact that he scored 500 goals in his late 30s is kind of bonkers no matter where the hell you are. Really? They dropped Lamine Yamal? Okay. I mean, I think so. But again, I really like Zlatan. But I like Zlatan for different reasons than other people. I like Zlatan just for the ego of Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Like, who was the American basketball player that he sent his jersey back to him with a signed version of Zlatan, with one of his jerseys, because he was saying it's more important for you to see excellence than me to see mediocrity. Like, I think it was something bonkers like that. It was a big fucking poke to do. And that level of balls, that level of confidence is infectious and unbelievable. I love it. Like, I understand when he was in the MLS, he turned around and he said to a striker that was there at 26 or 27 that he was outscoring him in the MLS, and he was saying that he's a better striker than Zlatan at 34 years of age. And he said, when I was your age, I was in Barcelona. What the hell are you on about when you're in the MLS? Not to say that the MLS is a bad league. I'll disagree with Benny that it's top 5 in the world, but it's a good league. Needs more development of it. But like Zlatan was right. Like, you need to say that you're as good as you Zlatan means you needed to have been in the leagues when you were there. Yeah. Yeah, he does. And then, there's nothing wrong with that opinion. I don't agree with it, but then again, it's very arguable what's number 5, because one and again, this is arguable as well, depending on who you ask, but 1 is the English league, 2 is the Spanish league, 3 should be the Italian league, 4 should be the German league, and then 5, who do you pick? Technically speaking, it's the French league, but, you know, it's a one-man league. Is the Eredivisie above MLS? Probably. You know, Brazil is an interesting poke. I don't know enough about the Brazilian league to be able to give a comment on it. 5 is the interesting conversation in that one, because anyone could be 5. It's just there's no conversation between 1 and 2. Between 1 and 2 is either England or Spain, and 3 and 4 is either Italy or Germany. I'm sorry, that's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 are just, you know, interesting that you think the championship is better than the Bundesliga. I heavily disagree. Also, Evan Ferguson scoring against Barcelona is bloody beautiful for him. I like the championship, but it's nowhere near that big. Do you really think so? Because the championship is definitely better than some people end up putting down its creditations to. Because I think, because I know an awful lot of people turn around and say that if Rangers and Celtic were merged into the English Premier League at the moment, they'd end up going into the actual Premier League. I don't think so. I think they'd be mid-table in the championship. Which also is a showcase of how questionable the Champions League is in some cases. But interesting. Championship and Bundesliga 2 are better than the top flight Bundesliga and League 1. Wow. You think the Bundesliga 2 is better than Bundesliga? Okay, I don't agree with that. Yeah, well, Paku is a very, very easy boss, to be fair, Sexy. Paku is a fantastic, bonkersly easy boss. And actually a quite iconic character, considering he's been used in multiple games since. I love his scenes in Twin Sanity. Tell you how much of a nerd I am for Crash Bandicoot. I mean, I've never heard anyone say that before, and I know absolutely nothing about Bundesliga 2 to give a comment on it, Sexy. I suppose the big thing when it comes down to Bundesliga is the fact that Bayern Munich just buy everything in the Bundesliga. If anything in the Bundesliga does good, Bayern Munich just buys it, which is one of the reasons why Borussia Dortmund aren't as contentious as they used to be. So I suppose that's true. It's an interesting poke. Maybe Bundesliga 2 is better entertainment value. Definitely not quality, though. Well, yeah, again, I don't know. I can't comment on it. I don't watch it enough to be able to give a comment. Also, I love that Fernan Torres who was swapped for Lamine Yamal, and he's performing crap. But As we remember, 2-0 is the most dangerous score in all of football, and we have to...
Shut up.
Don't you forget,
Here he goes.
you ain't won
Ooh,
yet.
I'm scared.
But we are performing very good against Barcelona, so coming back from Liverpool and performing good is nice. Having striking options that aren't performing just catatonically crap helps. Sigma. I haven't a goddamn... By the way, this is me just not having any idea of how cultural points of view ends up coming down. Like, I'm horrible when it comes to acronyms and the whole lot. I have no idea what the bloody hell the difference is between beta, sigma, and alpha. None whatsoever. I couldn't give a shite either. But, you know. It's mainly beta and sigma that I don't know the difference. Oh, Evan! Oh, you almost got a second goal there! Swap my controller for an older Xbox. Well, yeah, of course. If you have bloody drift on your main one, of course it'll work better. You could almost end up using a bloody frying pan and it'll work better for you, sexy. Sigma is rich, alpha and beta. Alpha and alpha is better than beta. Oh, so sigma is a rich alpha and alpha is better than beta. Well, I was always told that alpha is a person that believes themselves to be the top of the pack. Often incorrect in that they're just, you know, they're a person who ends up standing above themselves, often with no credentials as to why they're as good as they are. Evan with a second goal, beautiful. Beta is a person who holds themselves back, is often shadowed into the crowd, doesn't end up doing too much. And the sigma is basically... What the hell is Rashford doing with that pass, by the way? Unbelievable pass. And sigma is just bloody millennial. But yeah, it's all brain run. It's all horseshit in the grand scheme of things. I don't judge people by titles anyway. I judge people by actions. Fernan to Lewandowski. Down to Torres. Torres to Fernan. Don't join the Discord. It's 18 and over, just so you know. Nice joke, Doug. Well, to be fair, that's a rule of the entirety of the goddamn stream. If I find out you're under the age of 18, I do typically end up telling you to go away. I'm not being bloody accused of anything. It's easier just not to deal with people underage on the internet than to bloody deal with them, to be honest. As much as I actually people deserve to have the respect with age and the whole lot, it's just better not to deal with them. Nothing wrong with being 19, although you're making me feel old, Al. Aurelio. I know there's a rumor that Aurelio's might be getting sold from Barcelona, which would be an interesting poke for someone. Oh, Camrada. Is Ferguson going to get a hat-trick? Ferguson got a hat-trick against Barcelona. Oh, my God, man. Well, fair play to Ferguson. I mean, it helps that Juan Garcia's not having a good game, but wow. Fernan Torres is having a bloody clinic. A clinic of bad. What a bad performance for Fernan Torres. I like Fernan Torres as a player, but like Craic FM does not like him. It hasn't liked him in any of the games I've seen him in. But I think I've completely lost my train of thought there. Funny. Please don't bloody glitch on me now, game. Okay, good. If you glitched while the Irish kid that I've been wanting to get goals is after getting a hat-trick, I would have lost my goddamn plot. But anyways, bear with us 1 second now. Okay, so we're here. We could say that. Yeah, 3 months since you followed, Al. Back in August. So, the praise of being there. 1 year and 12 days, Benny. Can you believe that it's been that long? Yeah, my affiliate anniversary was a couple of... about 2 weeks ago as well, so... I can't even believe I've been at this for a year. A year and 270 followers. I think that's good. I'm happy with it anyway. I know there's some people that have been doing less than that. Like, there's some streamers I know that have been doing it for a year and are almost at 1,000 and the whole lot. So, obviously, you'd like better numbers. But at the end of the day, fuck it, you're happy with the way that it ends up going. And I'm happy to continue to do it with all of you. And a pleasure to end up having you. And ironically, I can use that as a tangent for this next bit. Because, unfortunately, guys, after getting a hat-trick with Evan Ferguson, I'm going to end up leaving it there, my friends. Again, I'm not going to promise anything, but the plan is, if something ends up falling true on me, that I'll be live again tomorrow for the Manchester United game. Now, it'll be a shorter stream. It won't be bloody 5.5 hours like this one. Probably just be for the 3 hours, the 2.5 hours, 3 hours of that game, and then go on and do other stuff as well. But the plan at the moment is to come back with this tomorrow for that. Okay? But it was an absolute pleasure talking to each and every one of you. I'm going to leave giving a second one to the gent and the scholar that definitely deserves it. So just before I end up leaving, for those of you that haven't, definitely do give a shout out to Senior Benikaga himself. Oh yeah, no, I know what you always do when you're just at it. But I'm enjoying having the crack here with everyone. So enjoying the crack, becoming an addict, and having the fun that ends up coming down. But everyone, thank you so much for coming in. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you. I'm going to set up a raid now, and I'm going to send you on to someone playing Arc Knight Razors at the moment. Dizzy D, good old stream there. Grand bit of crack. So when you end up getting over there, just end up saying Crack Addicts Attack. If you would end up helping me, it's a pleasure to end up having it. For absolutely every single one of you, just remember that I have been the wonderful, stupid, sexy Crack. That the Miles Group owns the Miles Lewis Skelly League, and that make sure that your crack is 100% 90. And as always, Schlongafol and Pogmahom, my friends. Adios, amigos.